Hello and welcome back. All right. So, yes, I got a Nintendo Switch 2 on pre-order. And yes, I bought the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour because I am an engineer and I thought it looked really interesting. And so that's what I'm going to be playing today. If it takes less than the full stream, well, I have a couple other options and I'll be running a poll. The reason why I'm playing it myself and not having Luke do it is because Luke is a biographer, he's not an engineer. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Welcome to the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Select an appearance. Oh, that's funny. That's a fun way to do it. Is there anyone on here that actually looks like me? Starting to think no. Ah, close enough. Entry will begin soon, so please proceed to the gate. Welcome, welcome, come on in. Hello and welcome. What do you think of the venue? Is this the biggest Nintendo Switch 2 you've ever seen or what? Go ahead and walk all over it. There are all sorts of things to do around here. You can gain some insight into what makes Nintendo Switch 2 tick, take some quizzes about the system, experience tech demos that show off the system's features, and of course play mini-games. What was the last thing? Oh, the stamp rally! The stamps are hidden all over the place, so happy hunting! By the way, if you want to move around more quickly, press and hold B to run. The exhibition is really big, so it might save you some time. Area A, this is the Joy-Con 2 left area. Hi there. I can invert the camera controls for you if you want. Normally, if you tilt the right stick to the right, the camera will move to the right. If you tilt the right stick to the left and the camera moves to the right, it's called inverted. If moving the camera left and right doesn't feel quite natural as it is, try switching between normal and inverted controls. The controls are currently inverted. Do you want to change them to normal? No. I haven't even moved the camera yet. Come back anytime. Yeah, no, this is what I want. Oh, welcome. Thanks for visiting the Lost and Found desk. I have a feeling that somewhere out there, a lost item longs for its home. Ahem. If you happen to find it, please bring it to me. Can't believe it, we're finally here! This place is massive! The Nintendo Switch 2 insights have got to be hiding around somewhere around here. Maybe I'll take a look over that way. Well, would you look at that? You can tilt the right stick left and right to get a better view of the surroundings. Left button. Were you startled by that stamp popping up? Don't worry, it's harmless. Have fun with the stamp rally. Hunting down the hidden stamps is sure to be a blast. Oh. It looks like it's just one for each button. There it is. Looks like you can learn some stuff about Nintendo Switch 2 here. I'm gonna read up on this. You two can go ahead without me. You can learn about HD Rumble 2 here. You'll learn about the kinds of vibrations it makes, where it's located, how it works, and more. Does that tickle your fancy? I'm interested. Why else would I buy this game? $10. It really should have come for free, but okay. Glad to hear it. Well then, here's HD Rumble 2 Insights 1. To look here. Okay, it's at the bottoms of things. These are the HD Rumble 2 parts for the Nintendo Switch 2 console. They're different from the HD Rumble parts for the Nintendo Switch console. In fact, these parts have been custom built from the ground up. They're housed within both the Joy-Con 2 and Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller. I did not get a Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller, by the way. I already have two Nintendo Switch 1 Pro Controllers, and I'm waiting for them to get another themed one. This one is for Xenoblade 2. This one is for Tears of the Kingdom. If they release another one that's themed, then I'll get it. But I don't need another. Well, specifically themed after a game that I actually like the design for. And in order to fit inside both the Joy-Con 2 and the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller, they've had to undergo even further separate customization. The HD Rumble 2 has been designed from the ground up. It has been further customized to fit both the Joy-Con 2 and Pro Controller. How Rumble works. The rumble of the controller is created when magnets and electromagnets shift a weight. The rumble of older Nintendo controllers is created by a motor spinning a weight. When it comes to Nintendo Switch HD Rumble and Nintendo Switch 2 HD Rumble 2, the weight isn't spinning. Instead, it vibrates side to side at a very high speed. This is similar to how some trains use magnets to levitate, allowing them to move at extremely high speeds. Vibrating the weight sideways makes it easier to make it rumble in various ways. Rumble is created by using magnets and electromagnets. HD Rumble 2 is created by a weight vibrating sideways. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Powerful Rumble. The Nintendo Switch 2's console's HD Rumble 2 feature has a range of intensity, from very weak vibrations, like a gentle touch, to much stronger vibrations. At maximum strength, the sensation will be much stronger than the HD Rumble on Nintendo Switch. However, these strong vibrations won't be used the whole time you're playing a game. Or rather, the powerful rumble is reserved for specific moments where it makes the most sense. HD Rumble 2 has a range of vibration from weak to strong. The rumble can be very strong at maximum power, but it won't be constant. By the way, every time I navigate a menu here, the controller vibrates. Every single time I press a button, pretty much. HD Rumble 2 is in your hands. The Joy-Con 2 controllers rumble in your hands. They've been designed to transmit this sensation directly, no matter how you're holding them. This is because the HD Rumble 2 parts are directly attached to the plastic on the back. The parts being so close to where your hands are holding the controllers makes the vibrations easier to feel. The HD Rumble 2 parts are attached to the plastic on the backs of the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Read all the insights? Great! Now that you've got all that knowledge under your belt, it's time for a quiz. Like to try? Would you like to take the HD Rumble 2 Insights 1 quiz? Sure. Insights quiz. HD Rumble 2, Volume 1. Question 1. Which part of the console is shown in the image? HD Rumble 2. 2. How does the weight used for the HD Rumble 2 feature move? Shakes from side to side. It actually stays still. That would not work. Question number 3. Which of the following is true of the strength of the HD Rumble 2 feature? Either strong or weak. Question 4. In the Joy-Con 2 controllers, what are the Rumble 2 parts attached to? The plastic on the back. They're not attached to anything. That would not work. Done. Results. Perfect score. Amazing. Amazing. Full marks. You really know what's what when it comes to HD Rumble 2 now, eh? Wait, is this a button I'm sitting on? Yes, it is. Sorry, you can't go through here yet. Come back after you've had a good look around Area E. Okay. Mouse foot upper. The mouse feet make it easier to slide the Joy-Con 2 controllers when you're using mouse control. Okay. Release button. You can lightly press these buttons to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the console. SL button. Mouse sensor. These sensors check the surface they're on. For example, a table or your lap. To work out how they've moved. I would never use this on my lap. I have no idea how well that would work. You can learn about Joy-Con 2 controller and mouse sensors here. You'll discover how they ended up behaving like a mouse, their function beyond typical mice, and more. Would you happen to be interested? Yes. Got it! Then here you go. Mouse Sensor Insights 1. Joy-Con 2 mouse controls. The Joy-Con 2 can be used as a mouse. This allows you to play games that are designed to be played with a cursor. Of course, there's more to move than just an arrow. This opens up new ways to play games as compared with Nintendo Switch. By the way, you might find it easier to hold the Joy-Con 2 like this. The Joy-Con 2 can be used as a mouse. Mouse controls let you play games that are designed to be played with a cursor on Nintendo Switch 2. Using the mouse on your lap. Mice are typically designed to be used on desks or tables. Joy-Con 2 mouse controls, however, can also be used on other surfaces, such as your legs. Mouse responsiveness may vary depending on the surface, which is why I'm going to be using it on the open space on my desk. This means you don't always have to be near a desk or a table surface. And you'll be able to use the mouse even while sitting on the sofa. The Joy-Con 2 mouse can be used on your lap. You can play with the mouse while sitting on the sofa. I don't think I need to reread those at the end. Mouse sensors. A mouse sensor is located on each Joy-Con 2 controller. This is one right here. Truth is, they're actually black and white cameras with a resolution of just a handful of pixels. That's fewer pixels than a Nintendo Switch IR motion camera. It's even fewer than the old Game Boy camera. So, how are these cameras used? They check the surface they're on to see the direction and distance they've moved. This is then translated into mouse movement. Fun fact, they can capture thousands of photos in a single second. This number may vary depending on the speed of movement. This allows the mouse to capture some very precise movement. Not just a mouse. When you're using the mouse controls, the Joy-Con 2 controller doesn't just act as a mouse. There's a host of other things it can do. For instance, the gyroscope and mouse can work together to determine which way and by how much you've turned something. This means you can use the mouse to grab and rotate objects in certain games. Also, the HD mouse can work together with the HD Rumble 2. This lets you feel different kinds of rumble as you move the cursor around. And that's not all. The Joy-Con 2L and Joy-Con 2R both have built-in mouse sensors. So 2 people can play together with mouse controls. Or you can control 2 mice at once, 1 in each hand. So you see, there's a lot to mouse controls. Oh, wonderful! I see you've read everything. There's gonna be a lot of talking, just reading stuff aloud in this game. Well, tech demo, really. Well then, now that you're all up to speed, here's a quiz for you. Insights Quiz, Mouse Sensors, Volume 1. In what way can you play games using Joy-Con 2 mouse controls? By moving a cursor. By nibbling on cheese. Joy-Con 2 mouse controls don't just have to be used on desks and tables. Where else can they be used? Mid-air? No. Underwater? No. Glass windows? No. I wouldn't expect it to. On your lap. Question 3. Which numbered area on the Joy-Con 2 controller shown indicates the mouse sensor? It's number 2. Question 4. What does the gyroscope allow you to do with the Joy-Con 2 mouse controls? You can take fancy photos of the mouse and compete in art competitions. You can battle mice against each other. You can look at nearby sandwich shops. Clearly, they didn't actually care about testing your knowledge on some of these things. Great! You got every answer correct. I guess that makes you a mouse sensor sensei. How are you enjoying the insights quizzes? If you like, I can give you some very special insights. Oh, you'd let me share my insights with you? Perfect. You can actually use mouse controls on the Nintendo Switch 2 home menu. Yes, it tells you that when you power it on for the first time. Just go to the home menu, place a Joy-Con 2 controller on a surface, holding it as you would a mouse, and it will change to mouse controls. There's still much more to discover about Nintendo Switch 2. I hope you'll take the time to find it all. The player LED. Magnetic connector. This mechanism attaches the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the console. Wow, I had no idea the buttons were made out of steel. Sync button. SR button. Mouse foot lower. When you use mouse controls, the mouse feet make the Joy-Con 2 controllers easier to move around. You can learn about attaching and detaching the Joy-Con 2 controllers here. You'll find out how they attach to the console, that you can actually attach them backwards, and more. Yes, I found that one out the hard way when I tried to turn on the console for the first time. Is that something you'd be interested in? Just what I like to hear. And without further ado, introducing Magnetic Connectors Insights 1. I tried to power on the system, and I discovered that it was upside down. I guess that's why one side is blue on the inside. Attaching and detaching Joy-Con 2 is easy. To detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the Nintendo Switch 2 console, simply press the release buttons and they'll come off in an instant. You'll be able to detach them even if the console is in the dock. What's more, you can detach them you can attach each one with a single hand. To attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers, simply bring them near the console. They're easy to both detach and attach. The Joy-Con 2 attached magnetically. You know how the Joy-Con 2 controllers attach to the console? They use magnets. Unlike Nintendo Switch, there is no locking mechanism to prevent the controllers from being detached. The only thing keeping them connected is the force of the magnets. Joy-Con 2 can be attached backwards. Here's a fun fact about the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Each controller can be attached to the opposite side of the console. Yes, I did it on accident. They can even be attached backwards. I didn't do that. However, this orientation is not recommended. I don't see why you would. The Joy-Con 2 controllers won't charge when attached this way. Huh. Okay. Where are the magnets? The Joy-Con 2 controllers attach to the Nintendo Switch 2 console magnetically. But just where are these magnets? Well, they're on the main body of the console. The Joy-Con 2 controllers don't have any magnets that attach to the console. The SL and SR buttons are made of steel. The magnets on the console attract the SL and SR buttons. Okay. I see you've read all the insights. I think a little quiz is in order. If you've read all the insights, then this should be no problem for you. What do you say? Ready to tackle the Magnetic Connector Insights 1 quiz? Try it out. Insights quiz. Magnetic Connectors. Volume 1. Question 1. Which of the following is used to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the Nintendo Switch 2 console? The release buttons. Or telekinesis. Which of the following is used to attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the Nintendo Switch 2 console? Blue, love, magnets. In which ways can the Joy-Con 2 controllers be attached to the Nintendo Switch 2 console? On either side, backwards, all of the above, none of the above. None of the above? How useful would they be? Where are the magnets that keep the Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the Nintendo Switch 2 console located? In the console. There are no magnets. What a legend! You got all of the answers correct. You really know the ins and outs of the magnetic connectors now, huh? You could learn most of this stuff just by watching the direct about the console, but I imagine we'll be finding new stuff along the line. Hope so. I will say I didn't know about how all of this stuff, the HD Rumble stuff worked. Only one more thing. One more stamp. Where is it? Want to play this minigame? Then go ahead and talk to the staff member. Okay. Did you know you can press and hold B to run around? It's so much fun. Let me at the stamps. I had my first go on one of those mouse controller games today. And believe you me, I was sliding around like nobody's business. The capture button. Oh, you actually have to get all of the stamps in order to move your way forward. Okay. It was so much fun. I didn't think we'd see something like that. Hey there, ready to show off your mouse skills? Mouse controls allow you to move your character more quickly and accurately than control sticks. In this minigame, there will be lots of spiked balls falling from the sky. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. You'll need to use your mouse skills to dodge gracefully and weave tactically around them. It can be pretty tricky, so stay focused. What do you think? Do you want to try Dodge the Spiked Balls survival mode? I've decided to wait at least a year before I get one, For one, I still have several long games I plan to play on the old Switch, and I want to see if any issues pop up now that a large number is in the field and fixes might happen. That's fair enough. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't... The Mario Kart game is the only game that I bought for the system that I plan to buy in the near future. Like, the Donkey Kong game looks nice, but basically nothing else, for now. Obviously I intend to get Metroid Prime 4, but the idea of getting this is basically, getting this now is basically that I don't have to worry about it when Metroid Prime 4 is releasing and I actually really want to have it. And so do tons of other people. Another point of having this is because I've noticed some performance issues on some of my older games. On some of my newer games for the Nintendo Switch, and I was like, you know what? Let's see if this console might be able to solve some of those. Holy cow! You know what? Never mind, I changed my mind. But we're gonna just, I'll be fine with just finishing one medal on each. That was some nice dodging. You've got some slick mouse skills. Looks like part 2 is available. Oh boy. I think you should give it a go. You might last a little longer this time. Nope. Collecting clear medals, huh? Oh hey, looks like you got your first medal. I've already got 5. Yep, I'm pretty good at the stuff. Yeah, I don't care that much. Oh, I need 2 medals. Okay, fine. That's what HD Rumble 2 is like. It's so much easier to understand when you go hands-on. Should you find any lost items as you make your way through the Welcome Tour, please be a helper and bring them to the Information Center. Thank you for doing your part. Oh, welcome. Thanks for visiting the Lost and Found desk. Oh, thanks for turning this in. I have a feeling that somewhere out there, a lost item longs for its home. If you happen to find it, please bring it to me. It was so much fun. Okay. This minigame will showcase some of what the HD Rumble 2 feature can do. You're likely aware that HD Rumble 2 can produce very strong vibrations. This minigame will allow you to experience these strong vibrations firsthand. Move the mouse from side to side and the vibration will change in strength. Try to find where the vibration is strongest. How's that sound? You want to find the strongest rumble along a line? Sure. Aha! 9. There we go. Simply exceptional. It seems you're able to gauge the strength of the rumble quite well. Not really. Part 2 is now open to the public. 7? Someone's been busy. You've already got the 2 medals you need. I'll unlock Dodge Spiked Balls 2, Catch the Stars. Part 1 just involved dodging, but in Part 2 you have an additional objective, collecting stars. Dodge the spike balls and collect stars. Hey, I got 8 metal, that's good enough. Let's go. I'm gonna just work on getting 1 medal for each one. You got a fair few stars there. You got some slick mouse skills. And there it is, part 3. I think you should give it another go. You might get more stars than last time. Yeah. The rockets are so cool. They feel so realistic. Demo 1. If you got the time. Okay, so this isn't exactly a game per se, but give it a try. In this demo, you'll get to shake the Joy-Con 2 controllers as if they were a pair of maracas. Physics-based calculations are used to make the beads in the maracas behave like real beads. As the beads shake around inside, the Joy-Con 2 controllers rumble to simulate that effect. Move the beads around inside the maracas and see for yourself what HD2 Rumble 2 is capable of. It's a physics demo. Okay. Shake the beads 20 times, change appearance, shake a rubber ball 20 times, gently roll the beads. That definitely feels different. Yeah, it feels very different between the two of them. Hey, I got a medal for it. Take it. Yeah, that feels really different, too. I never played 1-2 Switch, so... because I didn't have anyone to play with and I didn't see the point. You shook those maracas like there's no tomorrow. But that gave you a good taste of the HD Rumble 2 feature. How's your medal collection coming along? I've racked up 10. Pretty impressive, I know. Did you get all the stamps in Area A, the Joy-Con 2L area yet? Yep, you got every last one. Good job. You can head on through. Area B up ahead can be a little slippery, so watch your step. Hello, I'm Dragon Rider Luke. I'm a Christian streamer, and I'm always up for a friendly chat about my faith. I also think that it's important that people read or hear the Word of God frequently, so the next 5 minutes or so will be a chapter from the Bible. Judges 2. The angel of the Lord went up from Gilgal to Bochum and said, I brought you up out of Egypt and led you into the land I swore to give to your ancestors. I said, I will never break my covenant with you, and you shall not make a covenant with the people of this land, but you shall break down their altars. Yet you have disobeyed me. Why have you done this? And I have also said, I will not drive them out before you, they will become traps for you, and their gods will become snares to you. When the angel of the Lord had spoken these things to all the Israelites, the people wept aloud, and they called that place Bochum. There they offered sacrifices to the Lord. After Joshua had dismissed the Israelites, they went to take possession of the land, each to their own inheritance. The people served the Lord throughout the lifetime of Joshua and of the elders who outlived him and who had seen all the great things that the Lord had done for Israel. Joshua, son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died at the age of 110, and they buried him in the land of his inheritance, at Timnath-Heres, in the hill country of Ephraim, north of Mount Gash. After that whole generation had been gathered to their ancestors, another generation grew up who knew neither the Lord nor what he had done for Israel. Then the Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord and served the Baals. They forsook the Lord, the God of their ancestors, who had brought them out of Egypt. They followed and worshipped various gods of the people around them. They aroused the Lord's anger because they forsook him and served Baal and the Ashtoreths. In his anger against Israel, the Lord gave them into the hands of raiders who plundered them. He sold them into the hands of their enemies all around, whom they were no longer able to resist. Whenever Israel went out to fight, the hand of the Lord was against them to defeat them, just as he had sworn to them. They were in great distress. Then the Lord raised up judges, who saved them out of the hands of these raiders. Yet they would not listen to their judges, but prostituted themselves to other gods and worshipped them. They quickly turned from the ways of their ancestors who had been obedient to the Lord's commands. Whenever the Lord raised up a judge for them, he was with the judge and saved them out of the hands of their enemies as long as the judge lived. For the Lord relented because of their groaning under those who oppressed and afflicted them. But when the judge died, the people returned to ways even more corrupt than those of their ancestors, following other gods and serving and worshipping them. They refused to give up their evil practices and stubborn ways. Therefore the Lord was very angry with Israel and said, "Because this nation has violated the covenant I ordained for their ancestors, and has not listened to me, I will no longer drive out before them any of the nations Joshua left when he died. I will use them to test Israel and see whether they will keep the way of the Lord and walk in it as their ancestors did." The Lord had allowed those nations to remain. He did not drive them out at once by giving them into the hands of Joshua. May God bless the reading of his word. Nintendo Switch 2 console area. The X map is really real handy, huh? You can pick out any of the exhibits you visited before and zip right to it. This area is pretty big. It might be best to move around using the map. There's a minigame where you need to guess the frame rate? This is my time to shine! In this minigame, you'll need to spot the difference between pairs of videos. The image shown on screen when you play a game changes rapidly. We call that the rate at which it changes the frame rate, which is measured in frames per second, or FPS. The higher the frame rate, the smoother the game will look. Nintendo Switch 2 can reach up to 120 FPS. Yes, but my sampling on screen can only reach 60. Can you tell the smoothness of 120 FPS apart from other frame rates? Oh, this'll be fun. Let's try it out. Switch to tabletop mode or handheld mode or yeah. I guess I can't play this one. Because I'm not... I can only sample up to 60. So you get clear medals for playing minigames and tech demos. And the better you do at a minigame, the more medals you get. That really gets me pumped up. I guess I could play it on my desk in front of me, but you guys couldn't see it, so yeah, I'm not gonna do it. I can do that on my own time. I got one question wrong. I should review the content. L. Hello! Welcome in, Tortoise! You were playing 100% orange juice. You can learn about the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen here. You'll find out how clear and smooth the display is, as well as concepts like HDR, VRR, 120Hz, and more. Hello, Dustmine. What do you think? Doesn't that just sound fascinating? I'm just learning about the Nintendo Switch 2 console because I like engineering. Yes, indeedy. Here you are, Console Screen Insights 1. How do I like it so far? I like it a lot. I can't do this frame rate check because I can't actually stream that, because my stream is only 60 hertz. Crisp and detailed screen. If you could zoom in really close to the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen, you'll see that it's made up of lots of little dots. These dots are called pixels. There are 1920 horizontally and 1080 vertically, to be precise. This is also called 1920 by 1080 resolution. That's 2.25 times the resolution of the Nintendo Switch console. In fact, it's the highest resolution ever used on a Nintendo console. As for the size of the pixels, they're the smallest of any Nintendo console to date. Having the most pixels and the smallest pixels provides a crisper, more detailed screen. Bright light. The Nintendo Switch 2 screen can produce some very bright light. You could also say this screen is HDR compatible. HDR here stands for High Dynamic Range. The Nintendo Switch console has approximately 16.77 million different types of light and color. Meanwhile, the Nintendo Switch 2 console can use hundreds of millions of different types of light and color. In games that support HDR, it's now possible to display bright, intense light. The screen you're looking at right now is a simple image that doesn't use HDR. If we were to enable HDR, it would look like this. Note that this image is just for reference. In the non-HDR image, there's very little difference in brightness between the most vivid parts of the explosion and the area around it. Meanwhile, in the HDR image, the brighter areas can shine very brightly, while the darker parts remain unchanged. But don't worry, we took care not to make it too bright. Smooth movement. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's screen can change images at high speeds, up to 120 times per second, in fact. So we can say that the screen is 120 Hz compatible. By the way, Tortoise, to answer your question for how much I like the Nintendo Switch 2, this is the first game I have played on it. I got the console today when I got home from work, and that's all I did. I set it up, and then I started stream. Faster the pictures change, the smoother the movement will appear. The Nintendo Switch console's screen changes images up to 60 times per second. So a rate of 120 times per second will mean that the movement looks twice as smooth. The image shown is just an example, but for games that support 120 Hz, mouse movements will appear smoother, using the right stick to look around will feel smoother, and scrolling the screen will look smoother. But that's not the only benefit of playing games that support 120 Hz. The world appears to 1/120th of a second faster, which could give you an advantage during very intense gameplay. Only if you can tell. Yeah, it is a little funny. Here's another thing about the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen. It can make games feel less choppy. You can also say the screen is VRR compatible. VRR is short for variable refresh rate. When you're playing a game and a lot of characters appear on the screen, the frame rate can become choppy. Here's what's happening. It takes a little longer than normal to draw each picture. Because of this, the pictures aren't ready in time when they're meant to be updated on the screen. So if the image has been changing 60 times every second, even a slight delay would skew the timing. Suddenly, the pictures would update at half the rate, only 30 times per second. And see why a game might feel choppy. So in games that support VRR, the update rate can be changed on the fly to match the image completion rate. If it takes a little longer to draw the image, the update rate can be changed to 55 times per second. This is better than suddenly dropping to half the rate, so it's less likely to feel choppy. This all means that some players find VRR-compatible games comfortable to play. Note, this video is purely for reference. Touchscreen. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's screen does more than just display images. It's also a touchscreen that you can use with your fingers. It's designed to recognize where you touch the screen. When you're touching with two fingers, it can tell if your fingers are close together or farther apart. This all might be familiar already, but there's a little more to this. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's touchscreen can tell the position of up to 10 fingers at the same time. Oh wow. Great, you read all the insights. I think the Switch 1 was limited to 3. Or at least on the only games that I played that were touchscreen. What better way to commemorate your learning than with a quiz? The Nintendo Switch 2 console screen is made up of lots of tiny bits. What are they called? Capsules, axles, pixels, or pickles? Yeah, it might be a little hard to see. But it also makes it easier to play, like, rhythm games and such, I imagine. Because I have played rhythm games that use the touch screen. What can the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen display by enabling HDR? A three-dimensional image, I wish, smooth movement, pixel art, or bright light? What is the maximum number of times that the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen can change from one picture to another in the space of 1 second? 120. Which feature is the Nintendo Switch 2 console compatible with in order to make the screen feel less choppy? DRR. How many points can be tracked on the Nintendo Switch 2 console's touchscreen at the same time? 10. A perfect score! That was as smooth can be. You've clearly taken in all the lessons about the console screen. You can tilt the right stick left and right to pan the camera as you walk around. It makes hunting for stamps a whole lot easier. Air intake lower left. USB Type-C connection lower. I think I might be a little lost. But that's right. I forgot that you can tilt the right stick down for a good look around. I can't stop thinking about that staff member who talked like a poet. My hands continued to tremble as I handed the controllers back. Air intake lower right. Did they include it with the Switch 2, or did they make it DLC? This is a $10 game. Huh, it is facing downward just a little. Speaker R. I love to learn, so I'm focusing on reading all the insights. I'm glad you can get from area to area just by collecting stamps. You can learn about the Nintendo Switch 2 console's speakers here. You'll discover how they make sound, their inner workings, and more. You want to know about the insights? Yes. Cool, then I'm gonna hit you with the console speaker insights, okay? Yeah, this is a $10 game. I wish it was free, but it is $10. But I'm an engineer, so I wanted to look into it anyway. Tightly sealed box. The Nintendo Switch 2 speaker parts haven't actually changed. They're the same speaker parts that were used in the Nintendo Switch OLED model, but they function a little better on the Nintendo Switch 2 console. They produce better sound. This is because speaker parts are placed in a box. We made sure that all sides of the box were tightly sealed, except for the front. If there's a gap where sound can leak out, it may cancel out the sound from the front, or it may come out muffled. This sound may be distorted and not come out as intended. Even though the console uses the same speaker parts as before, the tightly sealed gaps around them make the sounds come out more accurately. If you look at the box containing the Nintendo Switch 2 speaker parts, you'll see that there are spongy cushions attached on the top and bottom. They firmly sandwich the box. Because of this, other parts won't shake around along with the box. If the other parts were to end up shaking, the sound would get muddied and wouldn't come out as intended. The speakers are parts that turn sound data into sound. But when that sound enters your ears, for various reasons, it doesn't sound exactly like the original data. On the Nintendo Switch 2 console, in order to make the sound close to the original data, we added the sound that's played through the speakers. We've recorded and analyzed the sound of the speakers, and calculated how to edit the sound in advance. The Nintendo Switch 2 has a faster computer. As such, it's able to process sounds in high quality. By the way, the Nintendo Switch 2 speakers are designed to fit as tightly as possible inside the console. Maybe not. but it is interesting information. Because of this, they actually slope diagonally downward a little. But by editing the sound, we managed to make it sound as if the speakers are facing forward. Sweet, you read all the insights. What? No, that's not what I wanted to do. I hope you won't mind if I serve you up a little quiz. Console speakers. What is it about the box that houses the speakers inside of the Nintendo Switch 2 console that helps it produce sound as accurately as possible? It's filled with water, it's made out of rubber, it's punched with tiny holes, it's tightly sealed on all sides but the front. The box that houses the speakers in the Nintendo Switch 2 console is sandwiched by which objects? Clothespins, metal plates, cushions, thin slices of bread. In which directions do the speakers inside of the Nintendo Switch 2 console point? Straight ahead, diagonally downward, backward. Whoa, you got all the answers right? Give it up for our new rising star. You're like a pro at speaker trivia. So you can use your medals to unlock minigames. Interesting. Only I could actually play all the minigames. This minigame was so much fun with 2 people, and he's not even listening to me. Have you been getting medals from the minigames and tech demos? If you're going to hop back to the last area to get some more medals, you should use the map. They gotta punch holes in it, how else are Mario and Link supposed to breathe? Just between you and me, let me tell you a little trick. Sometimes a minigame might feel just impossible, right? Or maybe you can't get into a tech demo because you don't have a 4K compatible TV, or some other piece of equipment. Well, in those situations, stand near the staff member and press Y in this pattern. SOS. They'll give you however many skip medals you need to clear the exhibition. Give it a try if you're really stuck. Think of this as my own little insight for you. A stand as light and robust as extra super Duralumin? That's my favorite kind of Duralumin. Never thought I'd hear that around these parts. What did he say? Okay, then let's head over here. Looks like we got all the stamps here. Should we head to the next area? Well, let's do the mini games first and read the insights later. This screen is gigantic! I'm too old to be getting lost like this. My girlfriend's gonna be upset if I don't get back to our meeting spot in time. Alright, I can go straight there using the map. I know it says map, but it's not really. It's just zoomed out, that's all. Is that a skip request? I'll fill your empty slots with skip medals. They're just as valid as clear medals. Check back anytime you want to check out 120 FPS. Looks like part 2 is available if you're interested. I can't give you a clear medal right now, but I can fill your empty slots with skip medals. That'll get you through. I am so glad that they gave me the SOS. You have at least 7 medals? Excellent! Find the strongest rumble tool along 2 axes is now available. For part 1, you had to move the mouse from side to side. In part 2, you will be expected to move both horizontally and vertically in order to locate the vibration. Okay, there we go. Close enough. Weren't far off target there. You feel the intensity of the rumble? It might be easier with my eyes closed, but not really sure. The rumble is not so great that I can tell, because it's pulsing is what it's doing. It's not just going constantly, it's pulsing. Well then, I am summarily obliged to fill the empty slots with skip medals. They are clear medals in all but name. And color. Were you to ever rekindle your interest in the art of finding the strong rumble, know that my door is ever open. My sixth sense, it speaks to me. It's saying there's a hidden stamp near here. They have fireworks? I need to see this. Nice, you already got 2 medals? Go you. Can we consider this demo? Boom! Open for business. You'll try out the HDR experience, won't you? HDR, which stands for High Dynamic Range, is a way of producing heaps of color and light. Explosions, nightscapes, all that good stuff should look nice and shiny on the screen. This particular HDR demo lets you experience fireworks. It should feel like they really pop. You can see just how much the fireworks change by toggling the HDR on or off. Oh yeah, I've been instructed to tell visitors that the brightness will depend on your TV's HDR capabilities. I'll try it out. Let's see how well it works. Never mind. I'll be coming back to these things that I'm skipping later. On my own time, because I can't record it. That was such a pretty fireworks display. I am so down with HDR compatibility. Yeah, we'll find out that later. I never thought we'd get to take a look around somewhere like this. I'm going to check out every inch of this place, corner to corner, top to bottom. This mechanism attaches to the Joy-Con 2L to the console. Here's the power button. The volume buttons. I wasn't expecting a tech demo like this. I traveled a long way to get here, and it's already worth the trip. This might be a good chance to bring up getting a 4K compatible TV. I'll practice my pitch on the way home. You can try the Super Mario Bros. Demo here. The 4K image of the Nintendo Switch 2 console right now is made up of lots of different pixels. Images on the old NES or Famicom had far fewer pixels than this. If you try to display each pixel from back then with pixels on a modern 4K image, there's a massive difference. The game screen ends up looking super small. One look at World 1-1 from Super Mario Bros. Tells you all you need to know, really. I can try it out. Or not. We can just skip this one. Alright. Air vent. Aha. Brightness sensor. Okay. There sure are a lot of stamps on the edge of this area, huh? Skips are just as valid as medals, yes. Well, I don't have the ability to actually do them, so I didn't think there would be this many. USB Type-C connector upper. This connector can be used to charge the console's battery, connect a camera, and more. I actually got an adapter so that I can connect my existing camera to the Nintendo Switch 2. Without having to buy another one. Audio jack. You can learn about Nintendo Switch 2 game cards here. You'll learn about the Nintendo Switch 2 console's red game cards, the game card slot, and some other stuff. Is that a thing you're interested in? Glad to hear it. Introducing the game card insights. Reading data in a new way. If you take a peek inside a Nintendo Switch 2 game card, you'll see it's quite different from a Nintendo Switch game card. Its data can be read in a different way. Assuming a buffer size of 4 megabytes, the read speed is about 5 times faster than that of a Nintendo Switch game card. However, some games may be doing more in the background than just loading, so it's not guaranteed to load around 5 times faster. Also, Nintendo Switch 2 game cards have a higher total capacity than Nintendo Switch game cards, so the contents of these game cards are really quite different. More than different colors. There are 2 different colors of game card. Nintendo Switch game cards are black, while Nintendo Switch 2 game cards are red. Other than the colors, they look practically the same in terms of size and shape. But there's actually one more difference. The Nintendo Switch 2 game card has a distinct shape. When a game card is inserted into the game card slot, the Nintendo Switch 2 console checks to see if the game card has this shape. This is how it tells the difference between Nintendo Switch 2 game cards and Nintendo Switch game cards. It changes the way it reads the data based on this. Game card slot. There's actually a difference on this one, you can see it right there. I noticed it when I was putting in Xenoblade X earlier. The Nintendo Switch 2 console has a game card slot, but it doesn't just take red Nintendo Switch 2 game cards. You can also insert the black Nintendo Switch game cards. So what does this mean? It means that in addition to being able to play games that are exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Switch games too. Certain Nintendo Switch games may not be supported on or fully compatible with Nintendo Switch 2. I sure hope I never encountered them. You can play many different games on Nintendo Switch 2, but that's the reason why I'm keeping my original. You read all the insights? I'm so happy to hear that. Since you were so kind to read all that for me, I've got a little something lined up for you. That's right, it's a quiz. Are you gonna take the Game Card Insights quiz? Game cards. What do Nintendo Switch 2 game cards have more than Nintendo Switch game cards? Weight, pins, capacity, labels. More labels. What is the purpose of the Nintendo Switch 2 game cards' distinct shape? It makes them lighter. Well, it does, but that's not the purpose. It makes them harder to lose. That doesn't do that at all. It prevents buildup of heat. Doesn't do that either. The console uses it to determine the type of game card. Which kinds of game cards can be inserted into the Nintendo Switch 2 console? Nintendo Switch 2 game cards, Nintendo Switch game cards, all of the above. Imagine if it was just B. I can't believe it! You got all those questions right? You're a genius! Have I finally found someone who cares as much about game cards as I do? All of these quizzes are really easy. Are you enjoying the insights quizzes? It looks like you've taken quite a few. If you'd like, I can share another insight with you. Would you like to hear one? You can change the mouse sensitivity in the system settings. You can... Let's just see what they say. The level of sensitivity you choose will be reflected here in the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. So feel free to customize the cursor speed if it'll help with some of the minigames around here. Oh. Here. Let's show what high is. I can't really tell the difference, but okay. We're supposed to meet here, but he must have gotten lost. I read in an insight that the sound of clapping specifically doesn't get removed. That sure came out of left field. Huh. You can learn about the Nintendo Switch 2 console's microphone here. You'll learn about the things like noise reduction, voice level balancing, and more. What do you think? Sounds interesting, doesn't it? Yeah, that's the way. Okay, here's Microphone Insights 1. That's the mic. Microphone can also remove background noise. And the game card slot. The microphone and chip. The Nintendo Switch 2 console has a built-in microphone designed to improve the game chat experience. Aside from the microphone, the console also contains a chip which makes people's voices easier to hear. This is handy when you want to chat as you play. Noise reduction for games. The console's chip is designed to make voices easier for you to hear. The one way it does so is by reducing the noise around you. This is called noise reduction. The Nintendo Switch 2 console uses a form of noise reduction that's been customized for playing games. This noise reduction function doesn't just focus on spoken words. It's also designed to preserve mood and emotions. Take the sound of clapping. If you just wanted to convey words, the sound would be treated as noise and reduced. We've balanced this so that the clapping doesn't go away, letting you immerse in the vibrant, positive atmosphere. It's a form of noise reduction designed for playing games. Noisy console sounds. The console's chip is designed to make voices easier for you to hear. One way it does so is by reducing unwanted background noise, such as the sound of a vacuum cleaner. But that's not all. The Nintendo Switch 2 microphone also picks up sounds from the console itself. For example, it picks up the sound from the Nintendo Switch 2 console's air vent. The air vent is positioned right next to the microphone, so it ends up being much louder than a person's voice. With the chip, this loud noise is completely erased. Also, it even removes the snapping noise that you hear when you attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the main body. It's been designed to reduce as much external noise as possible so that others can hear you. The console's chip is designed to make voices easier for you to hear. One way it does so is by removing game sounds that the microphone picks up from the TV or from the console speakers. Note, this video is purely for reference. If it didn't do this, it would be hard to hear what's being said in the game chat as people talk back and forth. It can get noisy with all the overlapping sounds. Noise that gets re-amplified like this is called feedback. Note, this video is purely for reference. The chip does its best to remove these game sounds and prevent feedback. Although realistically there can be all sorts of sounds coming out of a TV. These sounds can vary depending on the TV and the specific setup in your home, so removing them can be difficult. For that reason, game sounds are also sent to the chip. The chip selectively removes these sounds based on the sound quality and acoustics. The console's chip is designed to make voices easier for you to hear. If some people are quieter than others in game chat, it might make them difficult to pick out. The chip automatically makes it so that each voice can be heard at roughly the same volume. Of course, some people are naturally going to sound louder than others, but even more importantly, voice volume differs depending on the mode. In handheld mode, the console will be close to you, delivering sound straight into the microphone. In TV mode, however, the dock can be relatively far away, which means the mic may have trouble picking up sound. Whether someone's up close in handheld mode or sitting on the sofa far from the TV in TV mode, you'll be able to hear people's voices at about the same volume. On top of that, even if there are several people in front of the TV all talking loudly, the chip takes account of their individual voices and balances out their volume. Interesting. I see you've read all the insights. Nice. That's some high-level noise checks. I have no idea how you would do that. Hey, guess what time it is? Quiz time! Which component designed for game chat is built into the Nintendo Switch 2 console? A tiny conversation partner, a light, a camera, a microphone. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's built-in chip removes noise to make voices easier to hear. But one type of sound is not removed to provide a more enjoyable experience. Which one? The sound of rain, food blender noise, vacuum cleaner noise, clapping. The chip that's designed to make voices easier for you to hear removes a buzzing noise from the Nintendo Switch 2 console. Where does this noise come from? Angry bees, an engine, a battery, a fan. Angry bees. The chip in the Nintendo Switch 2 console that's designed to make voices easier for you to hear removes sound from the speakers to avoid which phenomenon? Callback, playback, feedback, payback. The chip in the Nintendo Switch 2 console that's designed to make voices easier for you to hear. You give, like, a name to this thing or something, because this is ridiculous to be reading out every time. Balances out which aspect of people talking in game chat: the size of their mouths, the volume of their voices, the pitch of their voices. Masterful, a flawless victory. I think you might know more about microphones than I do. Magnetic connector right. This mechanism attaches to the Joy-Con 2R to the console. Area C is now open. So that's where you check out this noise reduction business, huh? I want to see what it's like. Let's go. This place looks pretty slippery, but also kind of fun. Let's give it a shot. Whoa, the vacuum cleaner and hairdryer noises were totally gone. That is wild. You've got the 9 medals you need? Looks like someone's been really been squirreling them away. Just a second, I'll open the demo for you. Now, this isn't exactly a game, but you know about all this noise reduction stuff? It's a feature of the microphone on the Nintendo Switch 2 console. It gets rid of just about all unwanted sounds, making it easier to hear people's voices. I guess that's why the techies call it noise reduction. Go ahead and give it a test run. Turn on a vacuum cleaner or something, and see what's made quieter. Okay. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's microphone aims to reduce noise and leave only people's voices. I'm actually kind of surprised that it's picking up my voice right now, considering it's on the other side of my desk. Try speaking in a noisy environment. Maybe run a vacuum cleaner to make some noise. I ran the dishwasher earlier today. So not that one. Let me see if I can go find something. Hello. I want to play that again. Well, it kind of heard me. So how'd it go? Did the console remove the unwanted noise for you? It did, but it barely heard me. Nothing was left but voices, right? Huh? You wanted my voice to disappear too? Ha! What a kidder. Alright. You can learn about the Nintendo Switch 2 console stand here. You'll learn about the particulars of the stand, such as why it's U-shaped. Would that interest you? Certainly, here are the stand insights. As you'll see, you'll only have to make one stop to read these. Stand! There's a stand on the back of the console. You can use it to prop the console up. The angle that the console sits at can be adjusted freely. Starting from fully closed position, the stand opens up to 150 degrees. You can fix it in place at any point within this range. The Nintendo Switch 2 console stand has a different shape from the Nintendo Switch consoles. The OLED model is pictured here. For the Nintendo Switch 2, we've made it U-shaped and left more space in the middle. This allowed us to make the fan and battery bigger and add new antennas. As a result, the console is now able to perform more calculations. One more thing about the stand. It's made of an aluminum alloy, which is very light and robust. It's about as light and robust as a material known as extra super duralumin, which is used in airplanes and spacecraft. Much appreciated. If you've read everything, then allow me to administer a short quiz. It's only 2 questions long. What is the shape of the Nintendo Switch 2 console stand? Long and rectangular, wide and rectangular, U-shaped, or V-shaped? The Wii U had a stand? The aluminum alloy used in the Nintendo Switch 2 console stand is roughly as light and robust as which other material? Benjamin, duralumin, super duralumin, extra super duralumin. You answered all questions with perfect accuracy. Outstanding. I'm pleased to see how familiar you've become with the stand. Wow, you bagged 7 medals already? Way to go. That means it's time for the grand opening. Are you ready for the minigame of your life? On the Nintendo Switch 2 console, you can touch up to 10 points simultaneously with your fingers. So we made this minigame where you have to touch 10 different places using touch controls. You've got to put your fingers on the indicated colors one after another. And once you place a finger, you're not allowed to move it or take it off the touchscreen. It's kind of a strategy game, I guess. Gotta think about which finger you want to use next. You're playing Twister with your fingers? If it's too difficult for you, you might want to bring in a second player to help give you a little help. Would I like to play Touch 10 4 colors? I can't. Super glue on the screen. If you feel like playing another round of Touch 10, give me a shout and I'll set things up for you. Hey, check it out, part 2 is available now. What is there? You've got at least 16 medals, right? Touch 2 shuffle, right? Let's open this thing. In part 1, the colors were arranged systematically, row by row. But in part 2, the colors will be shuffled into a random order. Come back whenever you want to puzzle out the touchscreen. No, wait, part 3 is available now? That's like the final part. That's area L. There's a lot of areas. Look at how much... look at how much there is left compared to how much time I've spent playing the game. I didn't think that this would take the entire stream. Did you get all the stamps in Area B, the Nintendo Switch 2 console area? Yep, you got every last one. Way to go. You can head on through. Oh, and if you feel like revisiting any location you've been to before, choose an exhibit on the X map and press A. You'll be taken right there. It's pretty handy, so be sure to take advantage of it. Joy-Con 2 R area. I collected the stamps, so I'm going to the next area. Mom, you can play the mini-games. The plus button. The R button. The R button. X, Y, A, E. Did any of the exhibits catch your interest? I want to try out the stand angle minigame. Oh, and the one where the rumble turns into sound. Hee hee. Hee hee. NFC touchpoint. You can scan an amiibo by holding it here. And the right stick. Wasn't expecting to use the console stand for a game. You need one medal to play this game, and it looks like you got it. Then I guess... then I'll get this thing opened up. Here's Guess the Angle, including hints. You know what a 30-degree angle looks like? The Nintendo Switch 2 console stand can be freely set within a range of angles. So we made this minigame to test how precisely you measure those angles. That means the console itself has a gyroscope in it. First, you set the stand to the angle shown on the screen. And then you get to find out just how accurate you were with your measurement. I can't do it. Skip signal. Sure, that's cool. Swing by again whenever you're angling to guess some angles. And there's part 2. I think I'm starting to get the hang of these mouse controls. And just a little more practice and I'll have the second clear medal in the bag. Home button. The C button. You can press this button to access game chat. Is this the new button? Oh, it looks like you've got at least 4 medals. Right, it's all set up. Introducing Speed Maze Long Walls. Got the hang of mouse controls yet? Yeah, they let you zip all over the place. Pretty slick. Try not to hit the electrified walls. Move quickly but carefully and get in the hole. Reaching the goal is pretty tough, and getting the clear medal is even tougher. Would you like to play Speed Maze Long Walls? Sure. Nice work making it to the goal so quickly. Really zipped through that maze. Looks like part 2 is available now. No, I don't want to try again. I'm good enough. I'll just get 1 medal on each and call it good. You ever feel like rolling a metal ball around, you know where to find me. Speed Maze 2 up and down. This maze is shaped a little differently in part 2. You'll be moving vertically and you'll really need to zig and also zag. Yay! Awesome. Nice work making it to the goal so quickly. You flitted up and down those passages in no time flat. And there's part 3. I'm starting to understand why this game is $10. You know where to find me if you're ever in the mood to roll a ball around. How are you so good at this? Teach me the trick! Be quick during the straightaways, but slow down for the curves. Got it. Rumble Pack is a blast from the past. That thing really added a jolt to my gameplay experience. Did you know HD Rumble 2 can produce its own sounds? Here you can learn about Nintendo's history with controller rumble. How's that sound to you? And here's HD Rumble 2 Insights 2. Various vibrations. The Nintendo Switch 2's system's HD Rumble 2 feature is pretty versatile. It can produce various vibration patterns. The number of vibrations per second can be adjusted in a short amount of time, so the patterns can be complex. The Nintendo Switch system's HD Rumble was limited in the vibrations it could handle, but with HD Rumble 2, all sorts of vibration patterns are possible. It can also reproduce realistic sensations. Responsive rumble. One aspect of the Nintendo Switch 2 HD system's HD Rumble 2 feature is that it's very responsive. As soon as the game sends out a signal to initiate rumble, the highest intensity of rumble can be reached in an instant. This response time is much quicker than with a motor, which creates rumble by spinning a weight. It's also several times faster than the Nintendo Switch system's HD Rumble feature. Receiving quick feedback from the rumble feature like this can feel pretty satisfying. Rumble with sound. The Nintendo Switch 2 system's HD Rumble 2 can do more than create vibrations. It can also create sounds. This is possible because the speakers and the HD Rumble 2 feature operate in similar ways. Speakers produce sound by vibrating a soft plate. HD Rumble 2 produces sound by vibrating a weight, which causes the Joy-Con 2 to vibrate in turn. The Nintendo Switch Joy-Con makes sounds too, but the volume and clarity have been improved here. Nintendo and Rumble. 1. Nintendo has been making controllers with rumble for a long time. 1997, Nintendo 64 Rumble Pack. 2001, the Nintendo GameCube controller. 2006, the Wii Remote for Wii. 2012, the Wii U Gamepad for Wii U. 2017, Joy-Con for Nintendo Switch. 2018, Pokeball Plus for Nintendo Switch. We've been adding rumble to controllers and accessories for a long time in order to enhance players' gaming experience. Thanks for reading through them all. Your reward is a quiz. Should be a breeze now that you read all that. Which of the following has been newly introduced with the HD Rumble 2 feature? Ultrasonic vibration, glow sync to the rumble, very complex vibrations. Out of the HD Rumble and HD Rumble 2 features, which is more responsive? They're both the same, HD Rumble or HD Rumble 2. The HD Rumble 2 feature produces sounds by shaking what exactly? Soft plate, the Joy-Con 2 controllers, the hand of the person holding a Joy-Con 2 controller, the very foundations of our understanding. Since when has Nintendo been making controllers with rumble? Super Nintendo Entertainment System in 1991, Nintendo 64 in 1997, Nintendo GameCube in 2001, or Wii in 2006. Done. Perfect score, amazing work. It feels good to be a little more familiar with HD Rumble 2, huh? See you later, Tortoise. Sync button. The Joy-Con 2 magnetic connector. This is the only LED that's lit up. I can't help but stare at it. Player LED. Mouse sensor. Got a perfect score. Impressive, right? Yeah, I'm pretty good at quizzes. These quizzes are not hard, intentionally. SR button. Release button. Mouse foot upper. If you'd like to learn a little something about the mouse sensor, you've come to the right place. Here you can learn about how the mouse sensor lenses are customized, Nintendo's mice of the past, and a few more interesting little factoids. Invisible light. Mouse sensor doesn't just have just a camera. It also has a light. This invisible light, known as infrared light, is used to illuminate surfaces, such as a table or your lap. Fun fact about this invisible light, it may become visible when viewed through a smartphone camera. Some lens. Normally a mouse's camera focuses so it can clearly reflect the immediate area. However, this is not the case for the Joy-Con 2. This is because the height of the Joy-Con 2 changes slightly depending on if a strap is attached or not. This is enough to blur the focus, preventing the camera from capturing the surface clearly. So in order to focus with or without the strap, it uses a custom lens. Huh. I have the strap on in case you're wondering. Small sheets. Here on the Joy-Con 2 controllers, we applied 2 small sheets. These sheets are called mouse feet. These mouse feet make the Joy-Con 2 easier to slide around. Suddenly it's a mouse. The Joy-Con 2 controller can function like a mouse when you stand it on a surface, such as a desk. It reverts back to the typical controller when you pick it up. You can experience this in games that support mouse controls. The console analyzes the data from the mouse sensors and accelerometer. It uses this data to check whether the Joy-Con 2 controller has been placed on a surface or if it's being held in the air. Home menu supports mouse controls, so you can give it a try there. Nintendo and mice. Long ago, Nintendo used to sell its own mice. There was the Super NES mouse in 1992, and the Nintendo 64 mouse exclusive to Japan in 1999. Incidentally, the mice of old used a ball, which rolled around inside. Nowadays, mice are far easier to use. There's no need to roll balls all over the place. Thanks for taking all the time to read all that. Now that you've read all the insights, you can take a little quiz. The mouse sensor not only uses a camera, but also which of the following? Infrared light, UV light, high capacity memory, or ultrasonic microphone. A certain part of the mouse sensor has been customized to be different from a standard mouse. Which of the following parts is it? Lens, the privacy shutter, the film reel, or the recognition engine? There's a film reel? What is the function of the 2 small sheets on the Joy-Con 2? To help it slide better, to make it waterproof, to prevent static electricity, or to prevent slipping? You can use the Joy-Con 2 as a mouse simply by placing it on a surface. How do you change it back to a regular controller? Press the A and up buttons at the same time. I'm so glad it's not that. Lift it off the surface. Say change back please into the console microphone. I'm also glad it's not that. Ask a friend for help. In which year did Nintendo release its very first mouse? 1992, 1996, 2006, or 2017? Done. Congratulations, you got them all right. Thought I could play a role in your mouse sensor education. Fancy meeting you here. And thanks for taking the time to read so many of our insights. Here's a little detail in case you weren't already aware. If you go to System Settings via the Home menu, you'll find a variety of accessibility options. Text size, bold text, high contrast, text-to-speech, and more, including the option Change Speech to Text during game chat. You can also adjust all of these settings however you'd like, so be sure to give them a look. I did notice them earlier when I was looking for adjusting the mouse. SL button. There's more to the magnetic connectors than just strong magnets, you know? For instance, there's a tiny gap between the console and the Joy-Con 2. What do you say? I'm interested. Why attach with the buttons? When the Joy-Con 2 controllers connect to the Nintendo Switch 2 console, magnets in the console's main body attract the SL/SR buttons. There are a couple of reasons for this. For one, it makes the Joy-Con 2 controllers more difficult to detach. The SL/SR buttons pop out ever so slightly when they're being pulled in by the magnets. This helps them attach snugly to the magnets. The SL/SR buttons have room to move a little in multiple directions. This makes them more difficult to detach, even if you try to wiggle them around. The Nintendo Switch 2 console has hidden openings on it, like this one here. Huh. This gives the magnets room to stick out. The openings are covered with a sheet of material that's around 0.2 millimeters thick. The closer a magnet is to what it's attracted to, the stronger the force. That's why each one is covered with such a thin sheet. Huh. Why the gap? If you look closely at where the Joy-Con 2 controller is attached to the console, you'll notice there's a very narrow gap. That's actually a very important reason. There's actually a very important reason for this gap. It makes it harder to detach the Joy-Con 2. Without this gap, if you tried to twist the Joy-Con 2 controllers, the principle of leverage would make it easier to detach. Even the tiniest of gaps is there for a reason. Huh. These connectors on the Nintendo Switch 2 console are what connect to the Joy-Con 2 controllers, the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the console. You may think they look like a little flimsy at first, but you can rest assured that the connectors have been designed to be safely used for a long time. First of all, the colored parts of the Joy-Con 2 controllers slot firmly into the console, while the connectors on the console and controllers loosely attach. This is still enough to connect them, however. As a result, even if you twist the Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the console, force will first be applied to the colored parts of the controllers. This makes it very difficult to apply force. This makes it difficult to apply force to the actual connectors. The video is shown for illustrative purposes only. What's more, even if you do forcefully twist the Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the console, there's actually a little leeway for the connectors to move around. Since the connectors move in the direction that they're twisted, it's harder to apply force to them. Video shown for illustrative purposes only. It's cool. They thought about this. You've read it all? Nice! Put a lot of engineering into this. Now that you're up to speed, you're ready for a quiz. What happens to the SL/SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 controllers when they're attached to the Nintendo Switch 2 console? They become easier to press, they harden, they stick out a bit, they sink down a bit. Roughly how thin are the sheets of material that cover the magnets in the Nintendo Switch 2 console? 1 centimeter? Ah! That would have to be crazy strong magnets. 2 millimeters, 1 millimeter, 0.2 millimeters. The gap between the console and the Joy-Con 2 controllers affects the controllers in what way? The player LED becomes visible, they become easier to detach, they become harder to detach, they become a little heavier. Question 4. In what way is this connector on the console fitted? Firmly, loosely. You got them all right. Color me impressed. It feels good to know a little about magnetic connectors, right? How does it make sound when the volume is muted? So strange. I want another go. Mouse foot lower. Area D is open. I know what you're thinking. This isn't a game, it's a tech demo. And you're right, but give it a try. You'll get to hear the sounds the Joy-Con 2 controllers can make. Now, as the name implies, HD Rumble 2 creates rumble. But it's more than vibrations. It can actually make its own sounds. I guess I'll go ahead and take my headset off. Even without any speakers. You might want to lower your system volume or mute your TV if you want to give it a shot. So, what do you say? Want to try out the HD Rumble 2 sound demo? Alright, let's see what I can hear. Experience sound coming from Joy-Con 2. The Nintendo Switch 2 system's HD Rumble 2 feature can produce sound. Here, you'll experience firsthand how these vibrations turn into sound. Please mute the TV. I took my headphones off. That's some pretty strong rumble, right? Well, it's about to get even stronger. Now, the rumble is going to get more subtle, bit by bit. Notice that it's much less intense now. What was that? It was almost like an actual sound, and I can't actually hear that. It is making sound, that's funny. The sound should be getting clearer now. Oh, this sounds familiar, it's the coin! The coin from Mario. Collecting a coin in Mario. I don't know if you guys can hear it. It looks like no. Oh, I got a 1-up. How was it? HD Rumble 2 can produce a much greater range of rumble. Go ahead and experiment with the sounds. When you're done playing, don't forget to set the volume back to how it was. Okay. Hello, la petite maman of fugu. Do I speak French? No. English only, sorry. That's cool. Ah, the sweet sound of coins. You got that sound just from the rumble, right? It gets me every time. It's cool that they're able to actually do that. Oh, hey. Yep, looks like you've got at least 25 medals. And I guess I'll get this thing opened up. Here's Guess the Angle 2, no hints. In part 1, you had a visual guide to help you set the correct angle. But there are no hints in part 2. This is the true test of your degree mastering ability. Hmm? Oh, a skip signal. Sure, that's cool. I'll fill your empty slots with skip medals. Swing by again whenever you're angling to guess some angles. Did you get all the stamps in Area C, the Joy-Con 2R area yet? Yes. Yep, looks like they're all here. Good stuff. You can head on down. Go down the ladder to get to the next area, Area D. Watch your step. Oh, but before you head down, I have an important safety message for you. Regardless of how badly you may want to see the inside of hardware like a game console or controllers, please do not disassemble any of it. It can be very dangerous to do so. Instead, you can safely observe the interior contents from the safety of this welcome tour. Joy-Con 2 our inner area. Wow. I did not expect this sort of thing. Wow, what is this place? It's the C button. And the home button. Oh, this is the NFC touch point. Okay. It's pretty awesome that we get to see the circuit board. The right image in the in the demo uses machine learning to make images look clearer. Try stopping the model's rotation to take a close look. Even the blurry letters look clear. So this is machine learning? The capabilities of technology never cease to amaze me. Oh, you've got 4 medals there, huh? I guess that means this is, like, open now? This isn't a minigame or anything, but, you know, it's like, about super resolution? I don't know if you've heard of that. But that's what this attraction's about anyway. You want to try it out? It's a type of technology that makes fuzzy, unclear images sharp and focused, I think. And the detailed parts that aren't drawn in, it guesses and makes them look all pretty and stuff. What else? Oh yeah, you'll get to see what the same picture looks like before and after. This here is called the Super Resolution Demo. You've got to try it out. Super Resolution. Experience image beautification. Got original resolution, super resolution. Okay. Pair side by side. Stop the model's rotation. Change the model. See the UFO in fine detail. Why did it say... What UFO? Aha. How do I get it to move to the other side? Oh, I can... Okay. That's why it said mouse controls. You can slide it side to side with the mouse. Realize. So did you get a good idea of what the picture turning clear and detailed looks like? Takes simple images and turns them into something pretty. Oh wow, there's a spring on this side too. I can't find the rest of the stamps. Not sure if I've looked under the ladder yet. Here you can learn about the inner workings of the Joy-Con 2 controllers. This includes the computers inside the controllers, what the sensors do, and more. Does that interest you? Yes. Got it. Here are the Joy-Con 2 computer insights. Joy-Con 2 is a computer. The Nintendo Switch 2's system controllers are called Joy-Con 2, but they're more than just controllers. Each Joy-Con 2 controller contains its own computer that's capable of many functions. For example, it has memory for storing data. It compiles data on certain Joy-Con 2 features. This includes data on the buttons, control sticks, mouse sensors, amiibo, and more. It can send this data to the Nintendo Switch 2 via Bluetooth and receive rumble data from the system. This is what allows the HD Rumble 2 feature to feel as great as it does. So you see, the Joy-Con 2 is as much a computer as it is a controller. Each Joy-Con 2 controller has a built-in accelerometer. It's used to detect which way and how far you've moved the controller. To get a little more technical, it determines the direction and the strength of the force acting upon it. Gravity is another type of force which pulls all things on the planet downward. The accelerometer uses gravity to tell which way is down. Combined with the gyroscope, which knows which way you turned it and by how much, it can work a lot out. For instance, in games where you need to shake the Joy-Con 2 around, it can tell how much you've moved it. The gyroscope inside the Joy-Con 2 knows which way and by how much you've turned the controller. However, it does not know which direction the controller is facing at the start. Before the game starts, the gyroscope takes note of its own orientation for reference. And with the accelerometer knowing which way is down, it can figure out how the Joy-Con 2 was turned, and which way it's facing now. Thanks for reading through all that. Everyone who's read it all gets to take a fun little quiz afterward. Joy-Con 2 computer. Which of the following can be found inside the Joy-Con 2 controllers? A microphone, speakers, a computer, or hope? What can you tell using the Joy-Con 2 controller's accelerometer? Today's weather, the heart rate of the holder, which hand is holding the controller, which side is facing downward. What can the Joy-Con 2 controller's gyroscope tell you about the controller itself? If it's dizzy or not, how much it was turned in which way it's initially facing. Very astute. You got everything right. I guess you're pretty familiar with the Joy-Con 2 computer now. Huh. I think the inner parts of the R button, ZR button, and release button are somewhere around here. How do they all work? This minigame combines the gyroscope with the mouse. I wonder what the gameplay is like. I fancy myself quite the golfer, but this is tough. Maybe I should try again. Huh, so strong magnets are used to make it rumble. Learning so much today. Have you ever wondered about the curve on the side of the Joy-Con 2 controller? Or about the long L and R buttons? Any interest? Any interest? I'm interested. Great, then here's Joy-Con 2 Insights 1. Bigger but still easy to use. As you may have already noticed, the Nintendo Switch 2 system is larger than the Nintendo Switch system. For that reason, the Joy-Con 2 controllers are also larger than the Joy-Con controllers. But we felt that if all we did was make the controllers bigger, they might have become more difficult to use. So we made a number of adjustments to make sure that the new size wouldn't hinder their functionality. For example, making the Joy-Con 2 controllers bigger meant it could be harder for some players to reach the LR buttons and the ZL-ZR buttons. So we extended the length of these buttons. Another issue was that the corners on the bottom of the controllers would press to your hands. We solved this by rounding off these corners, smoothing out the angle. In addition to these changes, we tested various button positions, millimeter by millimeter, to make them easy to press. In short, we put a lot of effort into making sure the larger Joy-Con 2 controllers would not be a problem. They're designed to be easy to use, even for people with smaller hands. Longer L and R buttons. One way we made the Joy-Con 2 controllers easier to hold is by making the L and R buttons longer. This makes these buttons easier to press, even when you're using mouse controls. To make these longer buttons feel satisfying no matter where you press them, we built in 2 shafts, each of which containing a spring. Now go ahead and press the L and R buttons in various spots to see how they feel. New C button. Joy-Con 2 has a new C button. This lets you quickly access the game chat menu. The name of the button may make you think it's similar to the A and B buttons, but it's actually similar in function to the home button. Read out the insights? I appreciate it. Now that you've gone through the insights, here's a little quiz. What change has been made to the Joy-Con 2 controllers so that they remain easy to use despite their larger size? The L and R buttons are longer so your fingers can reach them more easily. The number of buttons has been reduced to make them lighter. Sharper angles have been added so your hands can grip them more easily. Special gloves are now provided so that anyone can play. How have the L and R buttons been modified to make them satisfying no matter where you press them? A pleasant sound now plays, 2 shafts have been added. The buttons now have bumps and grooves. They now require a great deal of force to be able to press. What is the name of the Joy-Con 2R controller's newly added button created for game chat? The C button, the GC button, the chat button, the cha-cha button. That's all answers correct. Great job. Looks like you figured out quite a bit about the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Looks like you've got at least 1 medal. I'll go ahead and open up the Speed Golf Beginner course. I don't suppose you're really into golf, are you? If you're up for a putt, you can use the Joy-Con 2 mouse controls to whack the ball around. First, line yourself up with the ball and determine the angle you need. And then, while holding down the button, slide the Joy-Con 2 controller to swing the club and putt the ball into the hole. Oh, and scoring in this minigame is a little different from real golf. It's based on speed, not the number of strokes. Would you like to play Speed Golf Beginner course? Quickly putt the ball into the hole. Nice putting! You handled that Joy-Con 2 controller like it was a real putter. Part 2 is now available. I bet you could improve your time with a little practice. Ah, that's a skip signal. I'll add skip medals to your empty slots, if that's okay. You're always welcome to come over and play a bit of golf. I see you've got at least 17 medals. I'll go ahead and open up Speed Golf 2 Winding Course. Part 2 is pretty curvy. See if you can find the optimal route. There we go. I'm doing the SOS thing just because there's so much to this. I didn't expect it. Part 3 is available now. Always welcome to come over and play a bit of golf. Someone's been busy. You've already got the 31 medals you need. I'll unlock Dodge the Spiked Ball's 3 twin UFOs. Up until part 2, you only had to pilot 1 spaceship. But in part 3, you'll be controlling 2 at the same time. Oh boy, this sounds hard. Good enough. That is hard. Looks like you could handle flying both ships at once there. Got some slick mouse skills. Part 4, The Thrilling Conclusion, is out now. Back whenever you feel like playing with 2 mice at once. I see you've acquired at least 30 medals. Astounding. Find the strongest Rumble 3 False Positives is now available. In Part 3, the final part, you'll have to deal with fake vibrations as well. But do not let these deceptions fool you. You only need to look for you need only look for the place with the strongest vibration. Oh boy. This is insane. You know what? I don't care enough. I am not good at figuring out what the strongest Rumble is. I simply can't do it. Good job getting 29 medals! Guess the frame rate 2, similar frame rates is now open. Part 1 you had to guess between 120 FPS and other frame rates. For Part 2 you'll have to spot some more subtle differences. Thanks for turning this in. Did you know there are a lot of North and South poles contained within the parts that make up HD Rumble 2? Do you know about Nintendo's history with rumbling cartridges? Well, are you interested in learning about these things? I'm interested. Great, here's HD Rumble 2 Insights 3, have at it. Multiple North and South poles. Strong vibrations require strong magnetic forces. As such, the Nintendo Switch 2 system's HD Rumble 2 needs strong magnets. Its magnets are stronger than those used for the Nintendo Switch system's HD Rumble. However, it's not just a strong magnet. A normal magnet consists of 2 poles, a North Pole and a South Pole. But the magnets in HD Rumble 2 have multiple North and South poles. And by combining several of these magnets, we get a magnetic force that's stronger than that of a 2-pole magnet. If the rumble is too strong, things can get a little noisy. Buttons and other parts may rattle into each other. This isn't ideal, of course. So we took various measures to ensure that it's not too noisy. The parts are attached with double-sided tape. This prevents gaps from forming. Our goal was for you to feel the vibrations as much as possible. Special effort was made to prevent individual parts from colliding with each other. Nintendo has been making game cartridges with Rumble for a long time. What is a cartridge? Well, you could say they're the precursor to modern-day game cards. 1999 Pokemon Pinball for Game Boy and Game Boy Color. 2005 WarioWare Twisted for Nintendo Game Boy Advance. 2006 Drill Dozer for Game Boy Advance. 2005 Nintendo DS Rumble Pack. With these cartridges, the cartridge itself was rumbling. Looks like you read everything. Nice! What better reward could there be for reading all that text than a quiz? What do the magnets held within the HD Rebel 2 parts contain a lot of? North poles, south poles, north and south poles, high and low poles. Joy-Con 2 buttons are attached to other parts with double-sided tape, stopping vibration from doing what to the buttons? Making their text unreadable, rotating them, making them fly away, rattling them into other parts. In the past, Nintendo made something pictured here that could vibrate. What was it? A battery? A game console stand? A game console? A game cartridge? Full marks! Impressive! I think that makes you quite the authority on HD Rumble 2. Phew! I need to step up my exercise routine. This venue's so big, walking around it really gets the pulse pounding. I took a moment and happened to overhear some visitors. They were talking about how much fun they were having walking around and collecting stamps. Hearing that made my day. The battery! It really felt like the balls were rolling around. You've gotta try to get it. Try it and get it. This is a tech demo, not a minigame, but it's still a pretty cool experience. This HD Rumble 2 tech demo simulates balls rolling around. HD Rumble 2 is built into both the Joy-Con 2L and Joy-Con 2R. This means double the rumble. Furthermore, as the vibration moves from one side to another, it should feel as if the source of the rumble is moving around physically. Would you like to try out the Dual HD Rumble 2 demo? Sure. Handheld mode, what? You're looking to skip? Sure thing. Take as many skip medals as you need. Come back whenever you want to feel the vibration. If you want to go back to a previous area, I recommend using the X map. Just choose whichever exhibit you want to visit on the map and then press A. You'll move there in an instant. It's just that easy, and super useful. HD Rumble 2. These parts can produce strong vibrations. One more thing here. Where is it, though? Joy-Con 2 chip. And Area E is now open. Did you get all the stamps in Area D, the Joy-Con 2 are in inner area yet? Yep, looks like they're all here. Great job. You can head on through. Area E is the next area. Take the elevator down and then start walking. You'll get there eventually. Need to get more water. Huh, I didn't know you could hold them like this too. That's what I'm doing right now. I wonder what games you can play that way. I just couldn't stop myself from playing that minigame. But I got the clear medals, so it was all worth it. Joy-Con 2 strap area. Looks like the gate to the next area is over in Area A. It's a long walk. Let's use the map to get back there. The tech demo with the saw is easier if you attach the strap. Player LED. Do you know how the Joy-Con 2 straps are useful for mouse controls? Or how the locking mechanism works? Are you interested in learning about this stuff? I am. Great, here's Joy-Con 2 strap insights 1. Attaching or detaching the strap is easy. The Joy-Con 2 strap attaches to the controller, and then you loop the strap around your wrist. This lets you hold the controller safely as you play. I'm not using the actual thing at the bottom, holding it. Press the Joy-Con 2 release button to easily detach it. Attaching and detaching the strap is easy. You'll want to use the Joy-Con 2 strap when playing a game that requires you to shake the Joy-Con 2 controller. It also comes in handy when using the Joy-Con 2 mouse controls. The strap makes the controller less likely to fall on its side, and the pads at the bottom make it easier to slide. So as you might imagine, it's double helpful for games that require motion and mouse controls. Small locking mechanism. Let's take a look at the top part that attaches to the controller. It contains a locking mechanism made up of small parts. When attached, it moves and locks into place, like this. And it detaches like so. There is a very tiny spring that holds it in place. Read all the insights? How thorough! Well then, allow me to reward your enthusiasm with a quiz. I was wondering how it actually... Well, that came off really easily. It kind of popped off. Here, I'll show you in front of the camera. So, here it is when it's on, right? And then I said, oh, it popped off easily. Here's what happened. Come on. Do it now that I'm actually in front of the camera. And it's not doing it anymore. But what happened was I pressed it and it just sort of flew off. How about this one? Nope. Whatever. It does the same. It does fly off if you hold it the right way, I guess. I can't do it in front of the camera, apparently. Whatever. What can you do to safely with the Joy-Con 2 controllers once you've looped the Joy-Con 2 straps around your wrists? Use motion controls, use them as a two-way radio, tie them together, wear them as bracelets. Aside from motion controls, what other feature is easier to use when the Joy-Con 2 straps are attached to the controllers? Chat, the touchscreen, HD Rumble 2, mouse controls. The tiny springs found inside the part that attaches to the controller are for what purpose? Decoration, to keep the Joy-Con 2 controllers from moving when placed on a surface, to lock the straps of the Joy-Con 2 controllers, to catapult erasers. Perfect score. Outstanding, you got every answer correct. I can see that you've become better acquainted with the Joy-Con 2 strap. It looks like there were some more Joy-Con 2 strap insights out there. First off, a quick disclaimer. This isn't a minigame. It's an attraction that simulates the experience of sawing. As your saw moves back and forth, the HD Rumble 2 feature will create realistic vibrations. You can try sawing really quickly or take your time to savor the thrill of working with your hands. You'll quickly notice the difference in vibration as you change speed. It's a shame I can't really do anything other than show you things, but... does to feel it slowly. I can definitely feel it's really strong. Feels like it's trying to numb my hand. This is a really strong vibration. Fell a large tree. How was it? Did the vibration make it feel like you were holding a real saw? Maybe not so much. Did you notice how the speed you sawed at affected the vibration? Yeah, it vibrated a lot less while I was going quickly. Hey, you get any more clear metals yet? What? You have that many? Well, I still have more than you. It helps that I've been skipping things. I love mechanisms like this. Yeah, I think it's cool. Locking mechanism. Mouse foot upper. The strap's larger mouse feet makes it easier to move a Joy-Con 2 controller around like a mouse. Whoa, I can see straight through! Mouse foot lower. The strap's larger mouse feet makes it easier to move a Joy-Con 2 controller around like a mouse. Did you know the Joy-Con 2 straps are laced with fiberglass? Plus, they're woven together with a complex stitch. That is interesting. I didn't know that. Fiberglass. The part of the Joy-Con 2 strap that attaches to the controller is fairly thin. If we had made it out of normal plastic, it would be easily bent. So, we interlaced fine glass fibers, or fiberglass, into the plastic. We did our best to make sure that this part does not bend. Huh. Close to the part that loops around your wrist, there are two small pieces of rubber. when these pieces of rubber are pressed firmly to the Joy-Con 2, the rattling noise that comes from the Joy-Con 2 when it vibrates is reduced. So you see, even little pieces of rubber have a purpose. Huh. What do you know? Take a look at the part of the Joy-Con 2 strap that loops around your wrist. It passes through the part that attaches to the controller, and meets up under here so that it forms a loop. On its own, this would be a problem. That's because, as the loop spins around, this part would bump into the strap lock. The strap lock would become difficult to move. Our solution? We made sure the loop doesn't spin all the way around. We used a sewing machine to sew this bit together. And that's not all. We wanted to make sure that the sewn part is tear resistant, even when pulled. And it uses a complicated stitching pattern: running stitch, satin stitch, and zigzag stitch. Zigzag stitch, and back to a running stitch. Huh. Great, you read all the insights. After all that reading, I'd say you're ready for a quiz. Joy-Con 2 strap, Volume 2. The plastic used for the part of the Joy-Con 2 strap that attaches to the controller is combined with which material to stop it from bending easily? Fiberglass, dietary fiber, rubber, iron filings. What are the two pieces of rubber on the Joy-Con 2 strap for? Decoration, to quiet the vibration, to amplify the vibration, to be used as a fake mustache. What was done to the part that loops around your wrist to prevent it from turning? It was sewn together with a sewing machine, it was glued on, it was made out of a gel, or nothing in particular. Fantastic! A perfect score! You know so much about the Joy-Con 2 strap now. Rubber cap. These rubber caps help to muffle the noise produced when the Joy-Con 2 controllers vibrate. How do you get down to that? Oh. Only a single lost item at a time, really? Yes, I see at least one medal indeed. I'll get this open for you. You can now play click quick single target. If you'll indulge a short preamble, as your mouse skills improve, so too should your speed and accuracy. Hence the conception of this minigame, which strips down the gameplay to its bare fundamentals. All you need to do is click on the target. It should be a stroll in the park, no? But here's the catch. In this game, you'll need lightning-fast reactions. Too slow and you won't get the clear medals. This minigame has been minified to maximize your mouse mobility. I'll give it a try. There we go. Such swiftness of click! Your mouse talent grows more by the minigame. There it is, part 2 has manifested. Well, now that I know I can't collect these things... I see you have at least 10 medals. I'll get this open for you. You can now play Quick 2, triple targets. In part 1, there was just a single target, but part 2 has 3. This is insane. Ah. Rapid and precise in equal measure, and thrice over at that. Mousing is becoming ever more skillful. And there it is, part 3 awaits. If you keep trying, you'll improve exponentially. Simply pay me a visit when you feel like sharpening your mouse skills. I see you have at least 37 medals. I'll get this open for you. You can now play Quick 3 rotating targets. In part 2, the targets remain still, but in part 3, they wander at will. Oh no. Ah. Rapid and precise in equal measure, and with moving targets at that. Your mousing is becoming ever more skillful. At last, part 4 makes its presence palpable. Oh, looks like you've got at least 42 medals. Right, it's all set up. Introducing Speed Maze 3, a pair of glasses. There's a whole new maze to tackle in part 3. You need to go around and around to reach the goal. More stuff with the mouse. Oh man, I almost got that other one. Good enough though. I'm not going for 100%. Nice work making it to the goal so quickly. You really swirled around that maze. There's the last part, part 4. As long as you've got at least 48 medals, you're good. Touch 10-3, 7 colors, yeah? Let's get that open for you. Up to and including part 2, there were only 4 colors. But the final part, part 3, has a whopping 7 colors. And again, I can't play it. Looking for skip? Yeah, I got you. I've got all the skip medals you need. Come back whenever you want to try it with 7 colors. I see you've got at least 49 medals. Introducing the next part, Speed Golf 3 Angular Course. Part 3 is a hard-edged angular course. Take special care when putting from left to right. Aha! I need to get more water. You sunk that putt so quickly. Seems like you were using just the right amount of strength. Part 4, the final part, is now available. The cover wraps around where the strap ends meet. You can see pretty far if you tilt the right stick downward. What's that area over there? Did you get all the stamps in Area E, the Joy-Con 2 strap area? Yep, they're all here. Way to go. You can head on through. Word of warning, it's quite the trek to get from here to the next area, Area F. I came all the way back here via conveyor belt. Area H is next. The gate should be in Area A, but where is that again? Of course, they would only have one moving walkway. Those two are always darting off without me. Always go darting off without me. Wrong way, bud. We're going to Area F first. We'll go to Area G once we get all the stamps. Nintendo Switch 2 dock area. Oh, the Nintendo Switch 2 console has a microphone. Eek, my voice became a robot voice. Let's see, you've got 12 medals, then everything's in order. If you'll excuse me a second. Now, maybe you can't rightly call this a game, but the echoes you'll hear in this demo just might surprise you. Just gotta speak into the Nintendo Switch 2 microphone. After a small delay, your voice will bounce back at you. Might even come back different from when it left. Well, interested in giving the echo generator demo a go? Okay. Experience your voice changing. Say something and listen to your echoed voice. Say something and listen to your echoed voice. Switch to a different effect. Echo your voice for 5 seconds. Hello, 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 hello.
Echo your voice for 5 seconds. Hello, 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 hello.
Experience all voice effects.
Experience all voice effects.
I gotta say, the range on this is pretty impressive. Like, I can't even see the controller, the console right now, and it still can do this. The console is out of
I
view.
can see the controller, the console right now, and it still could do this.
Did you have fun playing with the sound of your voice? There's a fair few peculiar echoes in there, huh? So that's why the back of the dock is round. Are you even listening to me? Is the dock just a fancy word for a stand, or is there more to it? And why is the back of the dock rounded? Any interest in figuring it out? I'm interested. Great, here's Nintendo Switch 2 Dock Insights 1. Insights 1 is, generally speaking, stuff that they already showed on the Direct and so on. But there's other stuff in here that I didn't know about, and it's pretty cool. At first glance, the Nintendo Switch 2 dock might just look like a regular stand. But it's actually much more than that. It can change video signals from the Nintendo Switch 2 console into signals that your television can receive. It has USB ports, letting you use multiple kinds of devices. And it also allows you to connect to the internet via a LAN cable. The Nintendo Switch 2 dock is designed for use with the Nintendo Switch 2 console. This means it can't be used with a Nintendo Switch console. At first glance, the new dock doesn't look so different from the Nintendo Switch dock, but on the inside, a lot has changed. It needs to keep up with the Nintendo Switch 2 console's rapid video signals. Also, now that the dock is bigger, if you try to force a Nintendo Switch console into the Nintendo Switch 2 dock, the control sticks on attached controllers might get stuck. In short, please don't try to insert any Nintendo Switch consoles into the Nintendo Switch 2 dock. Conversely, the Nintendo Switch 2 console cannot be used with the Nintendo Switch dock. The Nintendo Switch 2 console uses a lot more electricity than the Nintendo Switch console. So even if you could connect it, it would exceed the Nintendo Switch dock's power capabilities and simply wouldn't work. Please make sure to only use the Nintendo Switch console with the Nintendo Switch dock, and only use the Nintendo Switch 2 console with the Nintendo Switch 2 dock. The dock fan. The Nintendo Switch 2 dock has a cooling fan inside. This prevents the dock from getting too hot and allows the Nintendo Switch 2 console to perform at its best. Also, the base of the dock is raised about 2 millimeters. There are many holes on the underside of the dock. The console and the dock's fans draw in air through these holes. That might be a problem because I've got it sitting on a rug. And through gaps at the sides. Okay, that should help a little, but I definitely should take it off of the rug. This helps the inside of the console and the dock stay as cool as possible. Let me go ahead and move that. I didn't know that. Good thing I have some metal cases for previous collector's edition version. That's what I stuck it on. I don't really have anything to stick it on that's suitable, so... A rounded back. If you look at the back of the Nintendo Switch 2 dock, you'll find it has rounded edges. This dock has a much more rounded shape than the Nintendo Switch dock. Why is it rounded like this? It's so the release buttons on the Joy-Con 2 controllers are easier to reach. When the Nintendo Switch 2 console is inserted into the dock, detaching the Joy-Con 2 controllers should be easy. The dock isn't rounded just because it looks cuter that way. You've read them all? That's the ticket. Now you get to take a fun little quiz. You want to take the Nintendo Switch 2 Dock Insights Quiz 1? The Nintendo Switch 2 dock serves many purposes, but which of the following does it not do? Send signals to the TV, provide additional USB ports, enable internet access, use infrared communication. Which of the following can the Nintendo Switch 2 console use? The Nintendo Switch dock, the Nintendo Switch 2 dock, or all of the above? What are the holes on the bottom of the Nintendo Switch 2 dock for? To reduce the dock's weight, to let more sound out, to show people what's inside, to take in air. Why is the back of the Nintendo Switch 2 dock rounded? To look cute, to make the dock more stable, to make the Joy-Con 2 controllers easier to detach, to follow the curvature of the Earth. Whoa, you passed with flying colors! You must really know your way around the dock now. Oh, and it looks like there are more Nintendo Switch 2 dock insights for you to read up on. Air intake, lower left. Have you noticed those little bumps near the system connector on the dock? No? Well, you've at least noticed that one of the 4 feet of the dock is different from the rest, right? No. Thoughts, feelings? You interested? I'm interested. Good, good. Here's the Nintendo Switch 2 dock insights too. A ridge and some bumps. If you look into the Nintendo Switch 2 dock from directly above, you'll see a mechanism around the connector that makes it easier to insert the Nintendo Switch 2 console. Here in the middle, there's a narrow ridge, and there are 2 little bumps here to the left and right. Now, if we take a look at the Nintendo Switch 2 console, you'll see that it has indentations that line up with the ridge and bumps. These guide the console into the right position for it to fit the dock's connector. First, the ridge in the middle of the dock fits into the indentation on the console's underside, lining them up. Next, the left and right bumps fit into the console's other indentations for even more precise alignment. These bumps sit on top of a small stand, which is supported by springs. The connector only comes out when this stand is pushed down. When the connector at last emerges, the console connects to the dock via the connector. With such a mechanism, even if you get a bit sloppy when inserting the console into the dock, it should still work. Slightly raised spots. The underside of the Nintendo Switch 2 console is a little rounded. Down here, near where the system connector in the dock goes, there are spots that are slightly raised. If the positioning is a little off when the console is inserted into the dock, these raised spots will come into contact with the inside of the dock. Without this raised spot, the ridge on the dock might slide off the rounded part of the console and bend. Additionally, the connectors may not be inserted properly. With this slightly raised spot, we've ensured that the console will not get stuck. On the underside of the Nintendo Switch 2 dock, there are 4 small rubber feet. These rubber feet prevent the dock from sliding when the console is inserted. This may sound great, but the cable connected to the dock, if the cable connected to the dock snags and the feet catch, the dock might tilt and fall over since it doesn't slide. So, we modified one of the 4 feet. A bit of the plastic sticks out slightly more. If the dock tilts slightly, this plastic will touch the floor. It will slide a little bit, making the dock less likely to fall over. Huh, this tiny extra piece of plastic comes in very handy. That's interesting engineering. Thanks for reading all that. Now that you're up to speed, have a quiz. The ridge and bumps on the Nintendo Switch 2 dock allow the Nintendo Switch console to be inserted in what way? Backwards, with a little force, along with another console, with some imprecision. On the Nintendo Switch 2 console, some raised spots can be found around where the system connector for the dock goes. What are they for? To make it look more interesting, to prop the console up, to stop the console from getting stuck, to make the stand easier to open. How many of the 4 feet on the Nintendo Switch 2 dock are deliberately slippery? None of them, just one, all four. Nice, you got a perfect score. Doesn't your brain feel better for having that extra bit of knowledge? Maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but I've got my eye on a certain minigame here. You know Dodge the Spiked Balls? It was designed by a staff member who's really into bullet barrage games. Which is all well and good, except for the difficulty of Part 4. Well, I'll tell you more about it soon. I imagine it's really hard. Landport. Air intake, lower right. Back cover locking mechanism. Apparently there's a way to get medals even if you don't have a 4K compatible TV. It's this thing they're calling a skip signal. So what you do is go up to the staff member standing near a minigame or tech demo, and if you press Y like so, they'll count it as being cleared. Just like that. Oh, and when you're pressing Y like this, remember that dot is a short press and dash is a long press. But I guess that was supposed to be a secret, so maybe keep that info to yourself. Pixel on a 4K screen is really this tiny? I'm gonna try again. I need my second clear medal. Say, you ever tried looking for individual pixels on a 4K screen? It's tough with my eyesight, I tell you, especially with a 4K TV screen. There's so many of the little things. But then again, it's not too surprising that it's difficult. Pixels these days look like tiny little specks. We reckon it'd be nice to give you an idea of just how small they are. That's the gist of this minigame. There's 5 little pixels to find in total. Think you're keen-eyed enough to spot them all? So what do you say? Want to crack at 4K pixel hunt 5 pixels? So, I do actually have a 4K TV, and I do have an HDMI cord capable of getting to it. But it's not the recording screen, so I can't do that. I'll just play it later. If you like the idea of hunting down single pixels on a 4K screen, stop on by. I don't, but I still want to try it out. Well, look at that! Part 2's alive and kicking. Been busy, huh? I see you've got at least 35 medals. 4K Pixel Hunt 2 5 Drifting Pixels is open for business. Oh boy! In Part 1, you had to look for 5 pixels, but in Part 2, the pixels will be floating around across the screen. Looking to skip this one? Yep. That settles it. I'm going to buy a 4K compatible TV. Then we can all play together. The Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter is pretty powerful, but its cable is thin. Interested in learning more? Yes? Excellent, here are the Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter insights. Yeah, the cable is actually really thin for this, especially compared to stuff for the Nintendo Switch. The Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter's cable can be detached. That's how it comes. This means that when you want to carry the AC adapter around with you, you can easily stow both parts. The Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter is much smaller than the Nintendo Switch AC adapter. Yeah, I had to unplug the first one in order to plug this in, because I ran out of spots on my, I forget what it's called. I feel silly not remembering what that's called, but, I ran out of spots on the power strip. That's what it was. I ran out of spots on the power strip. However, it can output a lot of power. Compared to the Nintendo Switch AC adapter, it's increased by more than 1.5 times, from 39 watts to 60 watts. It's small but mighty. Thin and flexible. The USB-C charging cable for the Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter is thinner and more flexible than the Nintendo Switch AC adapter cable. This makes the AC adapter convenient and easy to pack nicely on the go. It's easy to wrap the cable up gently, as shown here. If you have a Nintendo Switch AC adapter handy, compare the flexibility of the two cables. It's not hard. You've read everything? Great! We offer quizzes to anyone who gets through a set of insights. Which of the following traits is true of the Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter cable? It's 100 meters long. Hehehe, no. It can be stretched? No. It's detachable? It's transparent. What does the Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter have more of than the Nintendo Switch AC adapter? Cables, size, power, angles. How does the Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter cable compare to the Nintendo Switch AC adapter cable? It's thicker and stronger, they're the same cable, it's thinner and more flexible. You're on fire! No mistakes at all! I see you've learned a lot about the Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter. It was nice coming here with you today, dear. After reading all these insights, I think I'm really starting to understand our son's work. Oh, welcome. Got a book for you. AC adapter port. Air vent. Nice! I got the clear medal from the tech demo too. Filling out the map is so satisfying. I've never used 2 mice at once before. Me neither. I see you've got at least 2 medals. That means the demo's all yours. So this is more of a demo than a game, but want to try it out? The Joy-Con 2L and Joy-Con 2R each have a mouse sensor. This means it's possible for you to use mouse controls with both of them at the same time. Have some fun splashing water around. You can play two-handed, or you can pass a Joy-Con 2 to a friend. Are you ready to check out the dual mouse water scoop demo? Make the light bulb as bright as possible. illuminate every stage to maximum brightness. That is not really far. There we go. You made a real splash with those two mice there. You must have had a whale of a time. Didn't realize there were letters and symbols written here. I'll have to check them out on my own console when I get home. The HDR and smooth movement insights here are similar to the ones you can find in the main console area, but the ones over there have to do with the console screen, while these are about TV screens. Ultra fast, 4K HDR 120Hz. Are you interested in TV output? Then here's TV Output Insights 1. Ultra high speed. The Nintendo Switch 2 system comes with an HDMI cable. This cable is an ultra high speed HDMI cable. As the name suggests, it can transmit data very quickly. And indeed, the cable needs to transmit a lot of data. The sharp and detailed picture, the video displayed with bright light, the smooth images sent to your TV. To achieve all this, a compatible game and TV are required. 120Hz supports up to 1440p, 60Hz up to 4K. In terms of TV image output, Nintendo Switch 2 is compatible with 4K resolution. 4K image is made up of tiny dots, many dots or pixels. 3,840 horizontal by 2,160 vertical. That's 4 times as many pixels as Nintendo Switch. This is for the most ever for any Nintendo console. If you have both a game and TV that are 4K compatible, then you can look forward to having a sharp and detailed picture. When the Nintendo Switch 2 console outputs video to the TV, it can do so using very bright light. Devices capable of this are HDR compatible. HDR is short for High Dynamic Range. The Nintendo Switch console can use approximately 16.77 million different types of light and color. Meanwhile, the Nintendo Switch 2 console can use hundreds of millions. If you have an HDR compatible game and TV, it's now possible to display bright, intense light. The screen you're looking at right now is a simple image that doesn't use HDR. If we were to enable HDR, it would look like this. Note that this image is just for reference. In the non-HDR image, there's very little difference in the brightness between the most vivid parts of the explosion and the area around it. Meanwhile, in the HDR image, the bright areas can shine very brightly, while the darker parts remain unchanged. It can even create subtle differences in darkness in dark places. However, the brightness and output will vary depending on the TV and the TV settings. Try to find the viewing setup that works best for you. Smooth movement. When connected to a TV, Nintendo Switch 2 can produce an image that changes at high speeds. Up to 120 times per second, in fact. So we can say that the screen is 120Hz compatible. If you have a 120Hz compatible game and TV, you'll get the appearance of smooth movement as the pictures change quickly. Nintendo Switch changes images of up to 60 times per second, so a rate of 120 times per second means that the movement looks twice as smooth. The video shown is just an example, but if 120 Hz is supported, mouse movements will appear smoother, looking around using the right stick will feel smoother, and as you scroll, the screen will look smoother, and so on. And that's not the only benefit of playing games that support 120 Hz. The world appearing to you 1/120th of a second faster could give you an advantage during intense gameplay. Read all the insights? Nice! I think it's time for a quiz. The HDMI cable included with the Nintendo Switch 2 is what type of cable? Standard, high speed, premium high speed, ultra high speed. Nintendo Switch 2 is compatible with which of the following resolutions for TV output? QQVGA, 4K, 4DK, Y2K. How many different combinations of light and color is the Nintendo Switch 2 console able to use? Thousands, tens of thousands, approximately 16.77 million, hundreds of millions. When the images on the TV change rapidly, how does it start to look? Healthy, sneaky, vibrant, smooth. You breezed right through that. Way to go! Your TV output skills are coming through loud and clear. Oh, and there's more to learn about TV output. There's another TV output insights over there. ALLM is some fascinating stuff, huh? Speaking of fascinating, how about how images appear on the TV? Are you interested? Oh yeah, I was hoping you'd say that. Here's TV output insights too. Some TVs include special settings suited to games. This is sometimes called game mode. This makes the images less prone to lag, which may explain them easier. When it comes to Nintendo Switch 2, you may not need to enable such TV settings manually. It automatically switches the TV to a mode that's suited for games. This is known as being ALLM compatible. ALLM stands for Auto Low Latency Mode. However, this feature is only available for ALLM compatible TVs. The system is set up to automatically make games easier to play without having to change any settings. Since I never use my TV for anything but gaming, I just have it in game mode all the time anyway. Nintendo Switch 2 exchanges more than just images with the TV. It interacts in all kinds of ways. The console is what's called CEC enabled. CEC stands for Consumer Electronics Control. When you power on the Nintendo Switch 2 console, the TV will automatically turn on and the input mode will change. I turned that off because it controls the TV even through the setup that I have, which actually has it running through my computer first. So I turned that off because I don't want the TV on while I'm streaming. And when the TV is turned off, the Nintendo Switch 2 system will automatically enter sleep mode. This feature can be found under System Settings on the home menu and is called Match TV Power State. Not only that, but the TV will also display Switch 2 when switching input to the Nintendo Switch 2 console. With CEC compatibility, the Nintendo Switch 2 console is easily recognized by the TV. However, the compatibility of your TV may vary from model to model. You'll need to check the TV's instructions for more information. It also seems to think that the Nintendo Switch 2 console is connected with HDMI 1. It's connected with 4. But it changes it back to 1 every time I turn on the console. Changing the video signal. When you play on a Nintendo Switch 2 system connected to a TV, various electronic signals are output via the USB Type-C connector on the console. These signals won't normally show up on the TV. Not without a little extra help, anyway. The Nintendo Switch 2 dock picks out the video signals, converts them into different video signals called HDMI, then sends the video signals to your TV via an ultra-high-speed HDMI cable. Dock does a lot of heavy lifting. When you connect the Nintendo Switch 2 console to a TV and turn on the power, images appear on the TV screen. You might think that the console is simply outputting signals to the TV, but in fact all kinds of processes are going on between the console, the dock, and the TV. When the console is turned on, its information is transmitted to the dock, which then transmits the signal through the cable to the TV. The TV then responds, and the dock relays that response back to the console. So you see the console and the TV communicate through the dock. At this point, the main unit asks the TV through the dock what kind of video it can handle. The console receives the reply via the dock, and the console decides which kind of image to display. Finally, the image is output from the console, converted by the dock, and then displayed on the TV. All sorts of processes are handled in a short span of time before the image is displayed. Read everything? Thanks! I didn't realize the dock can do so many things. I usually play in handheld mode, but maybe I'll give TV mode a try. I usually play in TV mode. It's time to take a little quiz. When you connect a Nintendo Switch 2 console to an ALLM-compatible TV, what happens to the TV? It gets an alarm feature. It acquires touch controls. It switches to a special gaming mode. What's it called when the Nintendo Switch 2 console communicates with the TV in ways other than video? ABC enabled, NFC enabled, CEC enabled, WC enabled. What does the Nintendo Switch 2 dock do with the video signals sent from the Nintendo Switch 2 console? It ignores them, it sends them back to the console, it sends them straight to the TV, it converts them for the TV. How do the Nintendo Switch 2 console and the TV communicate with each other before the video is output? They speak verbally. They use Joy-Con 2 controllers. They use the dock. They email each other. Ooh, that'd be so slow. Nice, you aced it. You must be a TV output genius by now. Alright. That face game made me laugh so much. Your face was so funny. Did you get all the Samson Area F, the Nintendo Switch 2 dock area yet? Yep, they're all here. Nice job. You can head on through. The next area is Area G. You can climb to new heights in there. Nintendo Switch 2 camera area. I'm actually gonna go back down. Is it possible to run around the outside edge? Is not. Definitely not. Okay. Huh, there's an LED next to the lens. I played with the Game Boy camera all the time when I was a kid. There's something special about games that use the camera. Yeah, Bravely Default actually did that to great effect. You can learn more about the Nintendo Switch 2 camera here. You'll learn how easy it is to use the camera's ring slider, info about past Nintendo cameras, and more. Curious? Then let's get started. Here's Nintendo Switch 2 Camera Insights 2. 2? Where's Insights 1? Whatever. Movable camera head. The Nintendo Switch 2 camera has a movable head. It can be tilted up and down. More precisely, you can tilt it down about 10 degrees or up about 25 degrees from its initial position. With this range of motion, even if you place the camera somewhere high up or down low, you should still be able to center it on what you want to capture. Also, to keep the head at the angle you adjust it to, we sandwich silicone rubber between the inner parts. One benefit of the Nintendo Switch 2 camera is that it can capture a fairly wide angle. To get a little technical, the field of view is 110 degrees. That's nearly twice what the Nintendo 3DS camera could capture. Thanks to this wide angle, the camera can capture your whole face when you play in handheld mode. In tabletop mode, it makes it easier to capture two people playing side by side. And in TV mode, the camera can even capture a player who's standing. It's also easier to fit multiple people sitting around a room within the field of view. If the angle seems a little wide, you can zoom in when using game chat to narrow the field of view. As you may already know, the Nintendo Switch 2 camera can capture a wide angle. However, if we didn't take any extra measures, the camera could run into a problem. The image would begin to distort around the edges. To address this, we designed the lens so that people near the edge of the frame aren't distorted. While this means that the spot directly in front of the lens will come out slightly distorted, it reduces the chance of people looking distorted. The privacy shutter of the Nintendo Switch 2 camera can close over the camera if you use its slider. When the shutter is closed, the camera won't be able to capture anything. So if you're ever concerned about privacy, you can simply close the shutter. When the shutter is closed, the lens will be covered with a white lid, so you can tell at a glance that the camera can't see you. You can also check the LED to the left of the lens. If the LED is on, the camera is on. If it's off, the camera is off. But that's not all. To prevent the shutter from only closing halfway, we use the torsion spring, so that it either opens or closes fully. It will feel like it's being pulled open or pushed closed. One more thing. When you close the shutter, an image is sent to the Nintendo Switch 2 console to indicate that nothing is being captured. Trace back through Nintendo's history, and you'll find that Nintendo has made it possible for players to play games using cameras for some time. The Game Boy camera lets you play with pictures that you take of your face. You can aim the Wii Remote pointer lens at the TV screen. The Nintendo DSi system lets you calculate how similar two people's faces look. The Nintendo 3DS and AR cards let you play with things that don't physically exist in the real world. The Wii U gamepad lets you see the faces of other players. You can build functional controllers out of cardboard using the IR motion camera on the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con arm. With Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, you can turn your home into a racetrack. It's not just about taking pictures, it's about having fun. Read through everything? That's the spirit. Since you've gone through all the insights here, it's time for a quiz. In which direction can the head of the Nintendo Switch 2 camera move? Up, and down, or it can't be moved. Roughly how large is the Nintendo Switch 2 camera's diagonal field of view? 10 degrees, 50 degrees, 100 degrees, 110 degrees. The lens of the Nintendo Switch 2 camera has been designed to make which part of it harder to distort? The very center, the edges. What must you do to cover up the lens on the Nintendo Switch 2 camera? Will it to close, pull the shutter towards you, press a button, turn the slider. Which of the following has been a way you can use a camera to play? By taking and editing pictures of your face, by aiming it at the TV screen, by using it to make a cardboard controller. All of the above are possible. Nice! That was flawless. I guess you know the Nintendo Switch 2 camera like the back of your hand now. Still not buying one, though. We meet again! You may recall when I brought up the minigame Dodge the Spiked Balls. I mentioned it was designed by a staff member who's really into bullet barrage games. Which is fine, but the problem is, I think the designer likes that sort of game too much, and went a little overboard. Part 4 is really, really hard. Its designer said the difficulty is what makes it so fun, so I guess what I'm saying is, Dodge the Spiked Balls Part 4 is the toughest challenge you'll find at this exhibition, so be ready for it. Oh, but if you're really struggling with it, try handing the second controller to a friend. It can actually be played with 2 players. Yeah, I imagine that would make it easier. Hee hee, Daddy, your face is so funny! Do it again! Don't tell me, I can read it on your face. You're mighty confident in your own facial expressions. I bring that up because this minigame is all about making faces at the camera. I am not moving the camera from my computer to the console. Not right now. If there's a camera connected to your Nintendo Switch 2 console, it'll be able to recognize your face. You'll have to move your whole face, eyes, eyebrows, mouth, neck, the whole shebang. Look at the face shown on screen and try to imitate it as closely as possible. Want to go at facial impressions 5 faces challenge? No thanks. Anytime you want to work those facial muscles, you just let me know. You use the camera to play this one? It looks like fun. How did you get so many right? That's kind of amazing. Drat, I only got 1 clear medal again. Just let me try one more time. You find yourself at least 13 medals, right? Then you're free to play Feel the Shape Various Shapes. This minigame uses HG Rumble 2 and mouse controls. Let me explain. The HG Rumble 2 feature can create complex vibrations. You play the game by holding down a button and moving the mouse over invisible shapes. As you move over the shapes, the mouse will respond subtly, making them feel like you're really touching them. Your goal is to guess the shape using only your sense of touch. Want to play Feel the Shape Various Shapes? Sure. I give up. Come back again if you want to feel out shapes using HG Rumble 2. Part 2 is now available. If you got at least 38 medals, then you come to the right place. Because that means you can play Feel the Shape to the alphabet. In part 1, you had to choose between different shapes. Part 2 will have you guessing letters of the alphabet. Grr. Yeah, no, I'll come back to this. On my own time. Because, yeah, I want to get through the rest of this, game tonight. and I know there's at least 9 areas. This is the tallest point of this exhibition, huh? If you tilt R down, you can get a really good look at your surroundings. So glad I came here today. This is a nice change of pace. Thanks for inviting me. Maybe we can use the USB camera we have at home. We should try it with Game Chat when we get back. Lens. Operation LED. Camera is actively capturing footage while this LED is lit. Camera ring slider. You can turn the slider to cover up the lens. Why does the camera have a stand? And how does the camera make it easier to display your face? Are you interested? Great! Go ahead and read through the Nintendo Switch 2 Camera Insights 1. Here's the Nintendo Switch 2 camera. It's been specially designed for Nintendo Switch 2, so whether you're playing in TV mode, tabletop mode, or handheld mode, it should be pretty easy to use. If the camera is connected via the console's USB Type-C connector, upper USB Type-C connector, you can change play modes without even having to disconnect it. If you want to use a camera with Nintendo Switch 2, it does not have to be the specific Nintendo Switch 2 camera. Nintendo Switch 2 is compatible with other USB cameras. So, if you happen to own a USB camera, you may be able to use it if you connect it to the Nintendo Switch 2 console. However, it really depends on the USB camera itself. If you're not sure, you can select Test USB Camera with the system settings, which can be accessed from the home menu. Then try connecting your USB camera. But of course, the Nintendo Switch 2 camera will be sure to work with the Nintendo Switch 2. One thing you'll have noticed about the Nintendo Switch 2 camera is that it comes with a stand. It's a handy thing. You can use it to quickly position the camera for use in any mode, whether it's TV mode, tabletop mode, or handheld mode. It won't move or fall over easily and has been designed to help the camera capture a clear image no matter where you place it. But that's not all. If you've ever used a camera that captures your face from below, perhaps the resulting picture wasn't very flattering. But with the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, its tall stand means you won't have to worry as much about it being too low. You can also position the camera however you want, in order to achieve the optimal angle. Finally, there's one more benefit from the stand's height. It's tall enough that you can place the camera behind the Nintendo Switch 2 dock and still get a good view. The Nintendo Switch 2 camera is designed with brightness in mind. We wanted it to be able to capture people's faces brightly and clearly. First, the camera detects where your face is, then it brightens the image to bring out your face. Even if the background becomes too bright in the process, the camera prioritizes making faces brighter and clearer. Because of this, the Nintendo Switch 2 camera is not well suited to capturing plain landscapes. Even in darker lighting, the Nintendo Switch 2 camera is capable of taking pictures. Even if you're in a dimly lit room at night, its sensor can pick up small amounts of light, which allows the camera to capture a clear image. However, a problem can arise if the camera tries to brighten the image in a dark environment. Image noise can be introduced from the power supplies or heat, making the image even brighter. This may result in a muddy look. Normally it wouldn't be possible to tell whether the muddiness is due to image noise or a light spot. So how does the camera handle this? Here's an example. If there were no light spots in the previous image, then the image noise is probably to blame. The camera constantly checks the image feed like this. It uses a number of different methods to try to eliminate as many sources of noise as possible. You got through all the insights? Thanks for taking the time. Since you've read all that, have a quiz. Where on the Nintendo Switch 2 console would you connect the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, the air vent, the game card slot, the audio jack, the USB Type-C connector? Which of the following types of camera are compatible with the Nintendo Switch 2 console? Film cameras, disposable cameras, USB cameras, endoscopes. The Nintendo Switch 2 camera stand was designed to help take what kind of photos? Photos with watermarks, stand-assisted selfies, beautiful night panoramas, photos that capture your face from a good angle. What can the Nintendo Switch 2 camera produce bright, clear photos of? Scenery, fireworks in starry skies, people's faces, the game screen. When you're using the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, what's erased to prevent the picture from looking messy? Metadata, the user's memory... What? Blur, and noise. Perfect score? Good stuff. Looks like you know a little more about the Nintendo Switch 2 camera now. Let's hope nobody ever makes a console that can erase the user's memory. Stand, base. Cable clip. Stand, pole. Did you get all the Samson Area G, the Nintendo Switch 2 camera area? Yes. Well, look at that. They're all here. Good work. You can head on down. Go down the ladder to get to Area H. Joy-Con 2L area. Capture button. Yeah, I got 2 clear medals. Huh? You wanna know the trick? Just don't be afraid of sticking out. Climbing this end is satisfying, but doing it quickly is so tough. That kid over there is really good, though. There must be some trick to it. Have at least 3 medals? Check. You can go ahead and play Color the Shapes Triangle. This minigame will give you a taste of mouse controls. When using a mouse, you typically aren't required to rotate it. But in this minigame, you'll do just that. You'll be rotating the Joy-Con 2 left and right while using mouse controls. You must color in the shapes, taking care not to go outside the lines. The trick is to angle the marker in such a way that it streamlines the process. What do you say? Will you play a round of color the shapes triangle? Sure. Fill in the marked area quickly. Not bad. Such speed! You wield the marker as if it were your own arm! Looks like part 2 is ready. You got at least 14 medals? Great. You're now free to enjoy Color the Shapes 2 Star. Now, in part 2, your goal is to fill in a star shape. You'll have to take special care around the edges of the narrow parts. Good enough. Such expert marker control! You colored that in so quickly. Looks like part 3 is waiting for you. You'd do well to continue practicing, my dear. It will only improve your coloring skills. Why, I do believe you're looking to skip. I can fill in any empty slots with skip medals. I have more than enough. Stop on by whenever you want to practice coloring in the lines. Yep, that looks like it. 52 medals at least. You can now enjoy all the fun that is Color the Shapes 3 Flowers. For part 3, you'll be coloring in some flowers. The stalks are particularly thin, so do be careful with those. It's worth noting that this thing is turning much more than I actually am turning my arm. Don't think that I'm twisting my arm all the way around. What's left? I finished it, but it didn't say I was done. Part 4 is ready. This is the last part. I think there are some more mini-games in this area. I bet there's more to see. Let's check under the ladder. We're pretty much right beneath the directional buttons. I remember the Nintendo 64 control stick the Insight talked about. How many hours did I log on that thing? This all really brings back memories. How are the Joy-Con 2 control sticks different from the control sticks of the past? And what exactly were past Nintendo control sticks like? Do you think you'd be interested? Yes! I'm so good at building a mystery. Control stick insights await. The Joy-Con 2 control sticks have changed a lot from the Joy-Con control sticks of the Nintendo Switch. They're bigger and easier to place your fingers on. They can also move a little wider. And the control sticks are a little easier to press in. Multiple efforts were made to make them easier to use. The Joy-Con 2 control sticks have been given some attention. We wanted the controls to feel nice and comfortable. To that end, we've made sure that they move smoothly and don't feel like they're snagging. They also snap back to the center. It'll make sense once you compare it to the control sticks on the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. At the bottom of each control stick, there's a part that touches a spot where electricity flows. So when a stick is tilted, the part that touches this spot moves depending on the degree of the tilt. When the part that's touching this spot moves, the strength of the electrical flow changes. The computer detects this to know how much the control stick is being tilted. This mechanism can detect even the slightest of movements, which allows for very precise controls. Yeah, it's called a potentiometer. For decades now, Nintendo controllers have had control sticks. The first Nintendo controller to feature a control stick was the Nintendo 64 controller, from way back in 1996. And then came the Nintendo GameCube controller, which has both a control stick and a dedicated C-stick. The Nunchuck for Wii has a control stick, while the Classic Controller and Classic Controller Pro, also for Wii, both have L and R sticks. The Wii U Gamepad and Wii U Pro Controller also have L and R sticks, along with the Joy-Con and Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. How many of those controllers did you recognize? We've been reshaping and improving the controllers as time goes on. Read everything? Thanks! Now that you've got it all down, pop quiz. What do you say, want to tackle the control stick insights quiz? In what way have the Joy-Con 2 control sticks changed compared to the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con control sticks? They're bigger, they're smaller, they now have pointy tips, they're fluffier. What feature has been added to the Joy-Con 2 control sticks to make them easier to use? Music plays when you move them. They emit a nice scent when you move them. They snap back to the center. They're made of silky material. The strength of what changes when you move the Joy-Con 2 control sticks? Your grip, the plastic, the electrical flow, enemy characters. Which of the following Nintendo consoles does not include control sticks on its controllers? Super Nintendo Entertainment System, Nintendo 64, Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Switch. Got a perfect score? Pretty impressive. I guess nothing about the control sticks can surprise you now. On to the next area. I need to go back to the console. So the Nintendo Switch 2 buttons are bigger than those on the Nintendo Switch. Now that I think about it, they are easier to press. Kind of tough for me to understand how VRR works. Have you read the inside in Area B called Less Choppy? It explains VRR. You'll see a difference if you toggle between variable frame rate and VRR at 20 FPS. I don't really get it, but I can tell it stuttered less with VRR. You collected 13 medals? Now that's what I'm talking about. We are open for business. Now this isn't exactly a mini-game, but here you can get a hands-on look at VRR, or variable refresh rate. When there are a whole bunch of characters on screen and a game starts to struggle displaying them, the screen can start to look jittery, but the role of VRR is to prevent that. Honestly, this is a pretty complex topic, but give the VRR tech demo a try and you might get a better idea about what I mean by jittery. I've played Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. That gives you a really good idea. Go on, throw caution to the wind. Give the VRR slider demo a try. Or not. Trying to skip, I got you covered. If you ever get the urge to see images go from jittery to smooth, you know where to find me. Do you know how the buttons work on the Joy-Con 2 controller? How about the screws hidden inside the controllers? You know about them, right? Any interest in that kind of stuff? Great, here's Joy-Con 2 Insights 2. Easy to press buttons. Joy-Con 2 controllers SL and SR buttons are much larger than the SL and SR buttons on the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con controllers. Yeah, I noticed. They're more than double the size. As a matter of fact, the ABXY buttons and directional buttons are bigger too. This makes them all easier to use. Underneath the Joy-Con 2 buttons is a dome-shaped piece of metal, and beneath that, an incomplete circuit. When you press a button, the dome bends downward. The dome touches the circuit and completes it. The computer catches this and knows which button has been pressed. All told, it's a pretty simple mechanism. How does the Joy-Con 2 controller stay together? It's held tight with a number of screws. There are 4 total. Can you tell where they are? Try to find them. How'd you do? Yeah, they're not really visible on the outside. 2 screws on the side attached to the main body. But on the other side, no screws are visible at first glance. The other 2 are hidden by a lid. Thanks to this, the screws and their surroundings are less likely to get dirty. It also makes the screws less noticeable and prevents them from being touched during play. Oh, I do see the lid now. Okay. Read through everything? Excellent! And take the quiz now. How have the Joy-Con 2 SL and SR buttons changed in comparison with the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con controllers? They're bigger. They're smaller, they're softer, they've been removed. The dome-shaped part underneath each of the buttons on the Joy-Con 2 controllers is made out of what material? Plastic, rubber, metal, concrete. Concrete? 2 of the outer screws that keep the Joy-Con 2 controller together are visible, but more are hidden. How many outer screws are there in total? 3, 4, 5, or 10? You wiped the floor with that quiz! Your Joy-Con 2 controller knowledge is out of this world! The battery. Hi, have you been reading the insights? Let me see your map for a second. Wow, you filled a lot in. The controllers move? The connectors move? Really? Here you can learn about how the Joy-Con 2 magnetic connectors move slightly. You can learn a little about magnetic circuits too. Sounds pretty brainy, huh? Are you interested? Yes. Okay, here's Magnetic Connector Insights 3. One way the Nintendo Switch 2 console and Joy-Con 2 controllers are linked is via connectors. These connectors can't slide around much. They're designed to move only very slightly. Note, this video is purely for reference. Even if the controllers are not perfectly lined up when you attach them, the connectors will do the rest of the work. Their positions should line up perfectly. The Joy-Con 2 controllers attach firmly to the console. Why is this? Well, it's not just because the magnets are very strong. The console and the SLSR buttons form a strong magnetic circuit. To create a strong circuit, we simulated lots of different combinations and positions. Out of those, we selected the magnetic circuit that resulted in the strongest possible configuration. In this case, it makes the circuit less likely to cause issues. This means it won't interfere with other magnetic parts. Release buttons are used to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the console. We made it so that you can detach the controllers easily, even with very little force. When you press the release button, a small rod juts out of the controller. The rod pushes against the main body of the console. You shouldn't need to press the button very hard to reach this point. Using the principle of leverage, it pushes against the console with over twice the usual force. The magnets that attach the controllers to the console are strong, yes, but if they're separated by even a short distance, they become very weak. When the rod pushes against the console, the controller moves away just a little. This makes it easy to detach. Also, the direction in which you press the release button is the same direction that you pull to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers. This detail makes it even easier to remove. You've read the insights? Nice. Time for a quiz. Shouldn't be a problem for you. You want to take the Magnetic Connector Insights Quiz 3? The connectors used to attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the Nintendo Switch 2 console have been designed to ease the process, but in what way? They have eyes. They speak to each other, they are firmly attached, they can move a little. What is it that makes the Joy-Con 2 SLSR buttons attached so firmly to the console's magnets? Iron filings, electromagnets, a strong magnetic circuit, a magnetic compass. I thought it was going to be electromagnets when they first announced that it was going to be magnets. Electromagnets are really strong. When you press the release button, how much force does the rod that pushes against the Nintendo Switch 2 console apply compared to the force you use to press the release button? About half, about the same, over twice as much, it doesn't apply any force. No mistakes? What are you, some kind of magnetic maestro? You and the magnetic connectors must have a strong connection. Well, you certainly are a diligent one. You've read so many of our insights. I've read all the insights too, but some of the quizzes were a challenge. But it looks like you've been breezing right through it all. I'm impressed. Are you sure that those quizzes were made for adults then? They're pretty easy. Aw, Dad, we don't have enough clear medals. Thought playing minigames here and there would get us enough medals. Well, let's go back to the previous area and try to get a second medal in the minigames. I'm pretty good at stuff like this. HG Rumble 2. Got one more thing to find. Proof of your talent. At least 24 medals, carefully gathered. Finally, it's time. Here's Match the Rumble 6 pairs. It's open for you. Like sunlight in spring, it would warm my heart if you played this game with me. He's speaking in haikus. HD Rumble 2 can create vast vibration. You will be amazed. Feel it in your palms. Let the rumbles fill your hands, as well as your heart. Feel the vibration. Remember it and match pairs. Each image rumbles. Now a hint for you. Consider the vibrations of the images. Now let me present. It's Match the Rumble 6 pairs. Would you like to play? I'm sorry, I have no memory for this. I think I'm gonna just exit. I cannot do that. I have heard your call. You desire skip medals, so they shall be yours. Medals gleaming bright. You can have all that you need. May they fill your slots. I'll wait here for you, for the day you wish to try HD Rumble 2. Oh, there it is. Joy-Con 2 chip back. Did you get all the stamps in Area H, the Joy-Con 2 L inner area? Yep, that's all of them. Good going. You can head on through. The next area has 4 elevators. It's easy to get lost. Ha! I bet you've never seen aiming like this. I've never played this kind of game with mouse controls before. It works surprisingly well. You should give it a try. Wow, you're pretty good at this, Mom. That's 4 medals. Perfect. I'll get Balloon Hunt single balloons open for you pronto. Let me explain how this works. In this minigame, you'll be moving around with the Joy-Con 2 L, and using the Joy-Con 2 R as a mouse to aim and shoot. It's a very simple premise, all in all. You just have to hunt down and burst 10 balloons as quickly as possible. Want to try it out? Play Balloon Hunt single balloons? Sure. I'm thinking I might actually close this and start it up on Monday. I really expected to get through this whole game in one go, but there's still at least, I'm pretty sure there's 2 areas left. This is much more than I expected for this. Hey, you're pretty good at this balloon popping business. Your mouse skills are nothing to sniff at. Oh, it looks like part 2 is available. Keep this up and you'll be a veteran balloon hunter before you know it. Will you keep going a bit longer? No. Ah, skip signal. Having a little trouble? Here, take some skip medals to cover what you're missing. You ever feel like popping balloons using the Joy-Con 2L and Joy-Con 2R, give me a shout. Yeah, I'm about 3/4 done. I think this game auto-saves because I haven't seen anything that indicates otherwise. So, yeah, that's gonna close it for today. I didn't expect to be interrupting Xenoblade X for this long, but it looks like that's what's happening. We'll come back to this later. Whether that's tomorrow because my because my randomizer goes quickly, or on Monday, we'll get this done soon enough. But I didn't expect it to be this long. No wonder they charged $10 for it. At any rate, that's gonna be all for today. So thanks for watching, and I hope to see you next time.